Hey man, how are you?
Good, good. How about you?
Good
It's a
man,
big
good.
day.
Yeah, it is a, it is a.
War, no war, war, no war. What do you think?
Um, there's no sign. There's no sign that a deal has been reached. So I did a tweet. I'll mention it a bit, but I've just that's the last thing. That's the reason we delayed the post because I wanted the space because I wanted to do this tweet. Um,
Yeah,
and I summarized
Netanyahu's post is not actually uh, comforting at this moment.
Netanyahu's post. What are you talking about?
He tweeted a harsh, high tonality tweet stating that there is no step back, and he's speaking to his soldiers. So obviously, no deal has been reached, and no truce will be happening today. So let's see how Nasrallah's reaction will be to that.
Okay, yeah, I've just you can see the post. I've just pinned it at the top because that's what we're going to be discussing. Let me send out the rest of the invites. But if you can send me through that tweet, send it to me on WhatsApp, the Netanyahu tweet. I'd love to have a look at it.
Yeah, it's in Hebrew. I'll send you the
No,
translation.
just send it. Send me the link to the tweet. It's fine because the Twitter allows you to translate. Let me send out the invites.
So the tweet happened exactly 47 minutes ago. I sent it to you right now.
Okay, still sending out invites. We've got so many speakers coming today. All right, all invites are sent. Thanks for sending it through.
Yeah, I
Let's look
can
at the
see a
tweet.
lot of new faces, which is great. Welcome everyone, and
Where's
there's Kindred here.
where's Heidi? There he is. If Heidi doesn't come to this one, I'll block him. I swear.
No,
No, I was ready. I even took I didn't go to university today because I had nothing, so I just want to be here for this.
bro, they're closed. What are you
No, he's
talking
not in
about? Where do
he's
you
not in
live,
Lebanon.
bro?
He's not in Lebanon.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay.
I'll be back
Wow,
soon.
it's a
2 weeks.
it's a long post.
Yeah, exactly. And I think he referenced something from the Bible, if I'm not mistaken.
Hi guys. I can translate if you want from Hebrew.
Not the entire one, not the entire thing. Like
No,
just
no,
the key
no,
points.
no,
That'll be
no,
great.
no. Obviously, we won't finish if I start translating the whole thing. Just the gist of it. He's been talking. He's been writing to the soldiers and all of the security forces. He's talking about the ongoing struggle for living a life of peace in our land. We have been fighting bitter enemies since the day Israel was founded. We have the resolve and we have the courage. He's saying that the current struggle against the Hamas terrorists is another chapter in the long story of Israel standing up for itself. He remembers the horrific scenes of October 7th. He's saying that it's a war between light and darkness, and we will not stop until the light will succumb to the darkness will succumb to the light. Good will prevail over evil. Yeah, that's about it. He gives some quotes from the Bible, but obviously I can't see any reference to a humanitarian
That's
pause
yeah, that that's a bit
or
interesting,
anything about that.
Elado.
Yeah, he's been doing that quite a lot. Netanyahu is he comes from a family of scholars. His son was actually one of the highest ranking. There's like a Bible contest every year. He was one of the participants and ended up, I think, second place in one year. So he does that quite a lot. He does give quotes from the Bible. Obviously, it's his attempt to show that it's an ongoing struggle. It's not just the one thing. And giving the current war, I would say an aspect of like a biblical war. In any case, I can't see any reference or any hint to a prospect of a humanitarian pause, a truce, or anything of that written here. He doesn't specifically talks about Nasrallah, about Hezbollah, about Lebanon. he focuses on Hamas. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, so this is a positive thing that he hasn't mentioned Hezbollah or Lebanon. But how does it compare? Zev, did you see the tweet? Elad was covering it for us. Did you see the tweet that Netanyahu did? Zev,
I did,
sorry.
yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did, yes. It's very much in line with Netanyahu. He likes to, whenever he's giving a big speech or something, he'll usually quote from Torah. Like when he went to Congress years ago, addressed Congress, right? He finished with, "Chizku v'imtzu," basically the same thing. Be strong and courageous and stuff. So, yeah, I agree. Though
Nothing out of the ordinary.
It's a little bit longer than usual. He did not mention Hezbollah. He also did not mention anything about a ceasefire or a pause or a truce. So, yeah.
Okay.
The one thing, Zev and Mario, the one thing I find interesting is that he's trying to build a narrative going through the Jewish history and up until now. He's talking about King David, about Joshua. He's talking about the Trumpeldor and the fighters of the resistance against the British Mandate, and then he links it all together to the war we're having now. So again, it's an attempt to portray this war as another chain, another key in a chain of Israeli struggles, and give it some sorts of a historic or biblical essence to it as well.
I think that's a really good point, right? Yeah, he's speaking about Jewish history. Yeah, that's a very, very good point. I agree. I also think that I think that Nasrallah. I mean, we can assume that it's going to be he's going to have some, biblical or Islamic references in it. So I think it's a counter narrative he's trying to build, but we shall see.
But isn't this worrying? Like, isn't Netanyahu's tweet an hour or 2 hours before Sayed Hassan Nasrallah's speech worrying that no agreement has been reached, no truce will happen? Do we have more insights now on how Sayed Hassan Nasrallah's speech is going to go?
Well, didn't we had the tweet up yesterday that wasn't there one of the Iranian ministers said that Israel had until noon or something like that to withdraw from the Gaza, where everyone's going to.
Yeah, so this is are you referring, first, is my audio good? I'm going back to my old headset again.
Yes,
perfect.
It is
okay,
Mario,
that's good.
yes.
All right, so let me just set the stage for everyone. There's a tweet I pinned above. That's the reason I delayed the space, because I really wanted to get the tweet out, and essentially summarizes everything. I put the agenda into the tweet itself. So everyone that's listening right now, if you go to the pinned tweet at the top, I've summarized everything you need to know as we prepare for the speech, and we've been covering this very extensively. So I'm gonna go through it, and then we have Chris. I think for the first time, Chris, pleasure to have you, sir. And I would love to get thoughts from the panel, the existing panelists, and the panelists that will be joining us in a bit, on what their thoughts are. So let me open that tweet. There it is. So what got me concerned is 3 days ago, I got from different sources, I got information that Hezbollah and Iran put out a warning to Israel through the US that if there's no ceasefire by noon today, which is essentially a couple of hours before Hezbollah and Nasrallah's speech, Nasrallah is the leader of Hezbollah, they'll join the war. Now that's not public, and you wouldn't expect it to be public. Israel will never accept such a deal when it's public, because it'll just look bad for them or embarrass them. So something like this, any deal like this, whether exactly that or some sort of deal somewhere in the middle, will be very discreet, and that will be an important part of reaching such an agreement to allow Israel to save face, allow Netanyahu to save face if they do accept to a deal, which doesn't look like it right now. So since then, that kind of shifted my whole mentality. Like when I saw those reports, and for the sources that it came from 60% chance, 65 Hezbollah will not be joining, even it was 70 a bit before that. But let's say 65% chance it wasn't joining, to I'd say 60% it is joining. And then we saw significant developments since then. So we saw hours after this report, Iran's rhetoric changed, talking about some sort of surprise. We saw the PMF in Iraq, one of the proxies, 230,000 fighters. They went on high alert due to, quote, potential emergencies. The Islamic Resistance, which is another Iranian proxy, fired a drone onto towards Israel which fell on the Dead Sea. And that's the first time there was an attack towards Israel since the 1990s. The Islamic resistance in Iraq said next week we will begin a new phase in the war. Hezbollah posted that same, so the quote where Islamic resistance, the statement that said they'll begin a new phase in the war, among other things, Hezbollah posted it as well, which showed coordination. There was a leaked document that the Iraqi armed forces, they went on high alert, preparing for potential regional conflict. And the high alert, it was pretty extensive, all the things they do, getting their commanders in different locations, initiating different protocols to make sure they're ready for war, distributing all their equipment into different locations. It's essentially being ready for war. Obviously, it doesn't mean that war is coming, but that's the first time this happened since the war with ISIS. Hezbollah launched an explosive drone against Israel yesterday, first time they do so ever. Lebanese school announced their closure, fearing, quote, sudden security development. The prime minister of Lebanon kind of went on a last-ditch effort, scrambling to reach a truce, some sort of deal, probably went nowhere. Iran's Supreme National Security Council affiliate said, quote, Israel knows Hezbollah's involvement in the war is certain, but they are unaware of its timing, nature, and dimension. That's coming from Iran, and Iran's Supreme National Security Council affiliate, for whatever that means. Hezbollah sources said to Haaretz, they will intervene in the war more extensively only if Hamas's survival is immediately endangered, which Hamas's survival is endangered right now. Syria reportedly supplied Hezbollah, and obviously the Kremlin rejected that. They supplied Hezbollah with highly advanced missile defense system. Forgot the name of it. I got it written down somewhere. But it compared in terms of capabilities compared to the Patriot system. We also have, and that was delivered by Wagner. And we have attacks. Yeah, SA-22. Thanks. Colonel, good to have you. And then we have, we've got James here, we've got Vladimir. And the last thing we have is attacks on US bases in Iraq and Syria continued by proxies in those countries. So on top of that, that's all in the last 3 days, okay, since those leaks came out. And prior to that, we have the Houthis. Essentially, they joined the war. We have the Lebanese airport prepared for an attack. That was a couple of weeks ago. Lebanese Middle East Airlines moved 60% of their fleets towards Cyprus. The Lebanese government prepared for war. I also forgot to add the embassies. I forgot to add it in the tweet. The embassies putting out a travel alert for the US, for Kuwait, and removing non-essential employees from the embassies, while US, Saudi, and other countries did the same thing. So that's kind of an overview of what we've seen in the last 3 days. So I want to go to go ahead, Dilad.
Mario, if I just can add one more significant development. The Secretary of State of the United States, Blinken, has arrived in Israel yesterday. So currently he is in Israel, which is significant in the prospects of a regional war and Hezbollah joining the war. And I just wanted to add one more thing. Maybe Javi can elaborate about that. I've heard yesterday that officials from Hezbollah, I think he was the deputy of Nasrallah, asked the Palestinian factions as well not to fire missiles during Nasrallah's speech. Is that something that you heard? Can you shed some light about that?
So I don't think
I think Hadi's best to reply to
He's
this.
replying already, Tarek. He's speaking.
Yeah.
Can you hear him?
Oh, I can't hear him.
Okay, yeah. I'll let you finish, Hadi, and I'll bring you down and back up. Go ahead.
Okay. So if it happened, of course it's gonna happen between them. So they're gonna talk privately about this, and there's not gonna be any attacks until the speech is over. And even before that, if the Palestinian factions conduct attacks, especially in these times, there is always coordination with Hezbollah. They're not gonna do it randomly. But he's not gonna go out publicly and say it. I think what you were talking about is they're asking the people not to shoot guns in a celebration that Nasrallah started speaking. That was posted by a lot of people affiliated with Hezbollah, because sometimes when he starts speaking, some supporters start shooting guns in the air just as a form of celebration. And that's something Hezbollah leader Nasrallah has been criticizing a lot and saying people should stop doing it because it's harmful to other citizens.
Okay.
So that's why.
Let me. So I'm guessing Tariq couldn't hear Hadi, correct?
Correct. I couldn't hear a word.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'll bring you down and back up. So I do want to go to where are you, Chris? There you are. Zev, I'll let you go, and then we'll go to Chris.
Yeah, I mean, there was another statement that I saw sort of outlining what Blinken's idea of a pause was. It was a 12-hour, basically, cessation of hostilities in exchange for foreign nationals being released and fuel coming in, but not Israeli citizens. I do not expect Netanyahu to agree to that.
Yeah, so the U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, will push Israel for a pause in airstrikes on Gaza to allow for mediation. So this is very last minute. If this is linked to the speech and this is linked to the leak we talked about 3 days ago, they're trying to get some sort of pause to get Hezbollah not to join the war or not to escalate. Now we don't know how Hezbollah will escalate. It strategically it doesn't make sense to immediately say, "Hey, we're going all in." It'll probably be some sort of fiery speech, and it'll just start being gradual escalation, unless I don't know if they're planning a sudden attack. So we'll see. Just to give time for those mediations or for these negotiations or behind the scenes diplomatic discussions to bear fruit. Chris, would love your thoughts. Pleasure to have you on the panel.
Thanks. It's a great pleasure to be here. And yes, so we're listening to this speech from Nasrallah. He's one of the most eloquent and competent speakers of Arabic. His rhetorical powers are very well known. But I think it will be unlikely he's going to declare full war on this. I think there'll be a lot of fire and brimstone. There will be a lot of threats, sometimes vague. But the key thing is that he's under a lot of pressure within the region because Hezbollah have taken up these positions that they will act if Gaza is invaded and Hamas's existence is under threat. So many are beginning to ask, well, is this a completely hollow threat or is it serious? So at one level, he's got to speak to that audience. But on the other hand, Hezbollah, of course, has its own Lebanese domestic constituency. And I think it's very clear that Lebanese, last thing I want to see is a war with Israel and everything that entails. Many will remember 2006. That was extremely painful for Lebanon. And, given what Lebanon has been through, not least in the last 3 or 4 years, really, this would be just a disaster heaped upon a disaster for them. So my expectation is that he will leave things somewhat open, that he will leave all his options on the table, and we won't necessarily be any the wiser. I think what he won't do is rule out any military action. I don't think he's going to say we're not going to do anything. I think we can forget that. And I think it'll be very unlikely saying we're going to go in for a war. Apart from anything else, I think if Hezbollah does seriously engage with Israel, we're not going to get a forewarning of it.
And how rare is it?
Now, before you go to Heidi, sorry, Chris, I was speaking to myself. Sorry, Zev didn't unmute. So, Chris, if Hezbollah decide to join the war, fully join the war, how will that look like? Would that be a sudden declaration explaining why, just to rally the troops, rally support? Or will it be more a fiery speech that will lead to gradual escalation over the next few days and weeks?
Well, I don't think it's going to be a declaration of war followed by, use of force. I think that if they do actually have one moment where they decide to have a go at Israel, it won't be announced beforehand. I think we might see a gradual escalation. That is possible. They will, have to be seen to be doing something. That I think is a problem. Otherwise, Hezbollah might be viewed by many as just a pawn of Iran, and that Iran has dictated to Hezbollah that it can't take action because Iran does not want to lose that response mechanism that is Hezbollah. So I think Hezbollah is in a challenging situation at the moment, going all in, risking a war with Israel. Bearing in mind, let's not forget that these two American aircraft carrier groups are in the Eastern Mediterranean, and it wouldn't be necessarily just Israel that they would be taking on. And I think that is probably quite a massive deterrence to them.
I do want to go to, I think, Zev, you wanted to go to Hadi on that same question.
Well, my question to Hadi was, how rare or common is an address like this by Nasrallah?
Address like this in a way that he's going to announce something. I mean, it's rare because...
Well, even the optics, right? All the seats being put out for the jumbo.
The seats thing are completely normal. The event is completely normal. Every time there's an event when it comes to... Because usually that one happens 11 November. That's the day of the martyrs for Hezbollah. So I think now they did it before because of the circumstances.
I do want to go to Colonel. The same question I asked Chris. If Hezbollah does join the war, militarily speaking, does it make more sense to just declare war and join? You get a lot of support. You rally, obviously, a lot of support in the Arab world to the Palestinian cause. And you just get that support on your side. Or will it be more of a gradual escalation because it allows Israel and the US to hopefully reach some sort of ceasefire with Gaza?
Yeah. So first of all, Chris, outstanding job, and I'm glad to see you on the panel. It's great to have you up here. The I from a military perspective alone, right? If you remove the political influence, the notion of gradual a gradual increase in military arms capability is really not good. I mean, you want surprise, you want mass, that you want maneuver. These are the tenets of warfare, right? The idea of gradual increase is not a tenet of warfare. Now, when you add the political when you add in, Hezbollah political leadership saying, okay, well, dude, there's clearly a red line out there. Maybe the United States hasn't delineated well, but we want to kind of encroach on that without actually tipping it, because I guarantee if they do cross the line with this gradual construct that you've kind of laid out, that the United States will not respond gradually, right? The United States response will be with mass maneuver, full force, and surprise as much as possible in the given construct. So I'm not so sure. I agree with Chris. I think that this is this is going to be a very beautiful, juicy nothing burger, right? It's going to look good, it's going to sound good, but I don't know if there's going to be a lot of meat on the bone. And the fire and brimstone, he's 100% correct. I just don't see it going farther than that.
Colonel?
Yeah, it just fell off. Did you
Yeah.
hear me?
Why do you think that is? Why do you think it'll be a kind of a really nice sounding nothing burger? And then the second question will be like, what are things we should look out for? Because certain words, certain verbiage, certain things he says. I'm not sure how long they've been following Hezbollah for. I know Hadi and others have been following them for a long time. But what are certain indicators we should be on the lookout for? But again, the first question is, why do you think it will be a nothing burger?
I mean, he's living right. I mean, I don't disagree that there's a lot of turns in the carrier battle group. I think that's 100% true. But I mean, right now Hezbollah's kind of living its best life, if you will, from a perspective that it gets to do harassing fire into Israel without very much response. So it's showing some level of support. Hamas might not be happy, but they're getting something. Right, they're not getting everything, but they're getting something. And Hezbollah, by the same token, has not tipped the scales to where they've fully declared war. So if he can walk that line continued, he's and stay on the tightrope. I think that's the best place for him to be.
Chris, would love your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think the other thing that Hezbollah wants to do and Nasrallah will do is to keep Israel on edge. It'll want to keep those Israeli civilians wondering if there is going to be something. And that is going to be part of all of this, that he will want to keep those options open. And of course, he's going to be somewhat, attached to what actually happens in Gaza, that Hezbollah will be looking very closely as to what are the likelihoods of a ceasefire. In many ways, they will be hoping for a ceasefire so they don't have to get into a situation where their rhetoric can lead them into a military fallout with Israel. So they'll be looking to see what Blinken can deliver. That is absolutely true. I think the biggest risk of all, frankly, is a war by miscalculation, whereby one side or the other just goes a little bit too far. Remember that we've already seen something like 50, 55 Hezbollah fighters have been killed, 6 Israeli soldiers, some civilians. So, it's hotting up, and you can never rule out that this could flare up, by mistake when neither side actually wanted a conflict, but it still happens. So that actually possibly is the most likely scenario as to how conflict comes about.
So we have, just to go back, Netanyahu's tweet. Netanyahu highlights, and the reason I want to mention Netanyahu's tweet, Chris, is that we've seen. So look, if you don't think Hezbollah will join, why do we see such sudden escalation after that leak 3 days ago that Hezbollah has given a deadline for Israel? And there's been many warnings before that. We all ignored them. We're like, hey, they always say that. Hey, it means nothing. This is pure rhetoric. But what if they meant it? What if they meant those red lines? What if they meant that, hey, we should not enter Gaza? We would not accept the eradication of Hamas. And now we're seeing that deadline given. Okay, let's say, Chris, let's say all this is just talk. But then on the ground, we've seen severe escalation in the last couple of days.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Netanyahu has to be very wary that, obviously on the 7th of October, that Israel was caught napping this huge military and security failure. So the last thing he needs to be seen doing is to be caught out twice. So they have to take the threat more seriously, simply because, Hamas did it to them. If they weren't ready and prepared for an Hezbollah strike, then they would look doubly incompetent. But, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's likely. It means that Israel has to be wary of this. And Netanyahu is very wary of, being caught out again. I would still very much doubt that this is going to be Hezbollah announcing this today. I think it just doesn't make sense. I think if we had seen Hezbollah wanting to go to war, it wouldn't be announcing it. It wouldn't be doing speeches. That's not what happened in 2006. Yet again, one has to say against that, I didn't predict a Hamas attack in the way that it happened. Very few people did. I thought that there could be something coming out of Gaza, but not that level of scale of attack. So who knows? Maybe Iran is escalating matters and does want to bring the whole region into conflict. But I'd put that at the lower end.
My thoughts, Chris. And I don't want to get into the discussion, the benefits, and we'll go to Elad and Piotr and then Karim. But I don't want to go into the reasons, the incentives that Iran has to join, to cause further instability in the region and activate their proxies. But since the speech is in 30 minutes, I do want to focus on Hezbollah. The point I wanted to mention is the speech is necessary, though, to rally support. So there's a lot of support in the Arab world for the Palestinian cause, especially considering the ferocious airstrikes by Israel. Like that's probably unprecedented now. You can call it unprecedented relative to other wars. And considering that level of destruction, the sentiment, at least in the Arab world, has shifted, gradually been shifting in support of the Palestinian people, despite what happened on October 7th. So then the speech could be used to rally that support before joining the war, because joining the war without rallying that support could be hard, especially considering that most of the people in Lebanon do not want to enter the war. So that speech could be necessary to change sentiment, to get more support for Hezbollah before then declaring war. So it could be part of the process. Is that a possibility?
It's possible, but I think that Hezbollah already has granted itself as a resistance movement in its own terms to Israel. I don't think it necessarily needs to make a speech to prove that. And I think that probably the criticism of those who want to see Hezbollah do something is that they haven't done anything, and it's taken him over 3 weeks to make this speech. So in some ways, the criticism could still be that Hezbollah is making a lot of noise but not doing anything. So, if he wanted to answer that criticism, then Hezbollah could have taken a more substantive action against Israel. I think actually what he will try to do is to tap into that anger, to fuel it, yes, but to turn it really towards the United States, towards those who are backing Israel, towards those who think that what Israel is doing in Gaza is appropriate, and put the pressure on them as much as possible by stirring up anger in those Arab states, and to make other Arab states take a much, much tougher position. I think that's probably more than what he's going to achieve out of this. And bearing in mind, he's probably a much better speaker than most of the Arab leaders in terms of the quality of his language. He is able to whip up a lot of that anger and instrumentalize it in a direction that he would wish. So I suspect he's going to put pressure on the likes of Egypt, of Jordan, of those countries who have relations with Israel, for example. Why haven't you recalled your ambassadors, to those who haven't? And I think that will be one way of trying to marshal that anger that he knows is out there.
So the Islamic resistance in Iraq say they've targeted an Israeli position in Eilat, southern Israel. So we know that Islamic resistance, which is a group in Iraq, the Islamic resistance in Iraq, they were pretty active yesterday. Let me see exactly what they did. I don't want to misquote or get the facts wrong, but it's in the tweet at the top. So the Islamic resistance in Iraq directly attacked Israel with a drone. So that was yesterday. I'm guessing this is a separate attack. They said next week, which is not this week, next week, and we will begin a new phase in the war. And they've also announced that and Hezbollah reposted that as well, kind of endorsing the escalation from the Islamic resistance. And now they've just put out a statement sheet about 2 minutes ago that they've They struck, I think there was a missile, let me see exactly what it was, that they've attacked, doesn't say what it is, but they've targeted an Israeli position. I'll be posting that out shortly. I do want to go to Elad, and then we'll go to Piotr and Karim. Elad, would love your thoughts so far, and then more importantly, how do you think Israel will respond?
Well, it really depends on what we're about to hear. Firstly, I want to quote from the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, the Western film. If you want to shoot, shoot, don't talk. So I want to join my esteemed colleagues here that are assessing that we are not going to hear Nasrallah declaring full-on war on Israel. I don't think that he will do that now, especially not with him not having the element of surprise. Israel is ready. A lot of forces are stationed in the northern border. I can't see him doing anything that would surprise Israel in the same way that Hamas did on October 7th. So we need to take that into account as well. I think we should, though, Mario, put some larger context into what we're about to hear, because if you look at Hezbollah, and it was discussed yesterday as well, Hezbollah is Iran's most powerful and most professional and the most efficient proxy that Iran has. I think that Hezbollah, in Iran's view, is its insurance policy in case the Iranian regime will be under threat and will be under danger. That's when they will want to use the full force of Hezbollah. The question is whether Iran is ready to risk Hezbollah's power and use its full force in order to save Hamas. And I have to say, I'm not 100% sure that they are willing to take the risk, especially when we're seeing the United States Army on alert as well, and the UK and other European nations sending troops to be on the lookout as well. I'm not exactly sure whether Iran is ready to give the go-ahead for Hezbollah to go full on to attacking Israel in order to save Hamas. And we have to take one more thing into account. Nasrallah is Lebanese. He has a responsibility for the Lebanese people. It's true that he's in line with Iran, he's backed by Iran, but eventually, at the end of the day, he has his responsibilities too. He knows the consequences of a war between Lebanon and Israel. Lebanon is in a very dire political crisis, economic crisis. It doesn't want war, same as Israel doesn't want another front with Hezbollah. So I do agree with the assessment of the colleagues, and I also heard similar things from intelligence agencies in the United States, in Europe, and in Israel. At this time, nobody thinks that Iran and Hezbollah are actually interested in a full-on war from the northern side. But again, we have to put a big grain of salt because we've seen what happened during October 7th. Nobody thought that Hamas is interested in a war. So we'll have to wait a few more moments and see what Nasrallah is actually saying.
Elad, don't you think that I'm not sure if Mario.
No, I talked by myself. Yeah, I did. I talked by myself. I was going asking Piotr his thoughts because we've discussed this at length yesterday, Piotr. So I'd love to get your thoughts on what we could see today.
Yeah. Well, I look at the big picture predominantly. Sorry, I have a slight cold. If Hezbollah are really going to declare war at such a publicized speech, I mean, we've seen quite a lot of fandom around this, right? And I think it's a little bit of, well, maybe us and other people getting carried away. I'm not entirely sure that much is going to happen, to be honest. To the previous speaker's points, Hezbollah is the most prominent and sophisticated proxy that Iran has. Are they going to want to risk them? They can risk Hamas. Hamas and Iran have only had a looser and more recently deepening relationship. So they're a little bit more expendable. Is Hezbollah? I don't think so. Does Hezbollah want to lose its political representation and influence in Lebanon and the broader Levant? I don't think so. They may well support Hamas's ultimate, goal, which is, the eradication or removal of Israel, but they are aware that their own self-preservation is in the balance, and so I don't see that being a likely scenario. Equally,
despite everything we saw, like we it was live in the space yesterday. We saw everything happening from the Iraqi military to the militias to the movements from Syria. Obviously, nothing is confirmed, nothing is public, but the troop movements, thousands on the border, tens of thousands still stationed on the Lebanese-Syrian border. We've got the Islamic Republic, the Islamic, I think it's Islamic Resistance of Iraq, Islamic Republic of Iraq. they decided, they said that they were going to escalate things next week, and the Hezbollah repulsed. There's just so many things happen within such a short period of
Yeah,
time.
no, I get it. You know, we need to be concerned, absolutely, that we need to be cautious. We need to be vigilant, 100%. I think, you know, that group isn't Hezbollah. We're focusing on Hezbollah right now. My biggest concern, as I've always said, is the Golan Heights Syrian aspect, because it's the least clear. For me, it's very ambiguous which actors are involved and to what extent they might get more involved. But equally, you know, if Hezbollah decides to actually declare war or make it more clear that they're planning to do something more than they've at least already done, yeah, that completely tips the scales. As I said yesterday, if the Americans, Israelis, whoever feel that that is more and more a direct attack on them or whatever, then Iran knows that they will receive reciprocated strikes in kind. So this could quickly go from being relatively, I don't say contained, but, you know, located in a certain area between Israel and Gaza and so on, to an entirely cross-border conflict with exchanges, missile barrages, and all sorts. You're not going to see ground troops everywhere all over the Middle East suddenly, but we could go from sort of, you know, level 2 or 3 to something level 8 or 9 in a few hours, just because of Hezbollah and how much influence it does carry. So I'm going to be watching this report, you know, this speech with a lot of interest, and I'm very concerned by a snowball.
Hadi, the speech is in 20 minutes, correct?
Yes,
Perfect.
I'm watching it live
Cool,
now, the event.
Cool. If you can send us some clips in the group, it'd be good. I'll post some clips for the audience. There,
Yeah, no problem. I shared on the group links in different languages. I think they're gonna interpret.
Oh yeah. That I was going
live.
clips of people. I'm guessing there's a lot of people right now sitting there, you know, big lines of people going to their seats and stuff. Just showing. Is it a big crowd there?
Oh yeah, massive. It's just not one area. It's all over Lebanon, south, north, Beirut, other Baalbek. There's more than one place.
Wow.
Where it's gonna
Okay.
be.
Visegrad, I think you're using a laptop, so you were just waving instead of putting your hand up. That was my guess.
That is correct. I just wanted to agree here with the previous speakers that it's unlikely that this will be any declaration of a full-out war. However, I think that Nasrallah will try to make the firmest statement of all leaders in the region, so to say, and in some way to claim that he represents also other Shia Muslim assets, that he represents various Iranian proxies in Iraq, with the Houthis in Yemen. He will clearly say that what Israel has done up until this moment is unacceptable. There might even be that ultimatum that people are reporting about. And it's possible that this will signal some form of escalation from Hezbollah. It could be an increase in drone strikes or rocket barrages. However, it won't be the full out declaration of war, but it could be some form of signal of saying that Hezbollah is stepping up its own operations as well, that is mobilizing. So who knows? There's always the risk that things can escalate and spiral out of control. But nevertheless, I don't think that there will be a full-out attack by Hezbollah in the coming days.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment as well. I think we might get that deadline in that speech, but then I think it's counterproductive. Like Chris, that if they put a deadline, before going to Nicholas, if they put a deadline in this speech, it's not going to work. You can't give Israel a deadline after what happened on October 7th. You can't make them look.
I don't think he'll put a deadline, because then
there's no way it will work.
You get stuck with that deadline. I was just going to add one thing though, that you talk about the numbers of the people watching. That in itself for Nasrallah is important. It's a demonstration that what he says matters. That all these people will be listening on every word. We're talking about it now. It makes him a relevant political actor. It reminds everybody that Hezbollah counts and what Hezbollah decides counts. So that in itself is a political victory, that it's not an irrelevant actor in everything that goes on. And therefore, we have to consider Hezbollah and what it might do or not do in all the future scenarios. And he will want to keep Nasrallah in that way. He won't want to diminish Hezbollah's potential role.
I'd like to just add an example of a time limit being given and ignored. If you remember the Niger coup earlier in the year, ECOWAS gave them a red line to change the government back, and nothing happened. So often red lines dates, termination points, clock countdowns can often just be overlooked because it's just, people pushing the limit. So nothing may well happen. But these things can sound scary, but often not ever. The Russians have said red lines various times in the Ukrainian situation and never really done anything.
Nicholas, where do you stand on this? So we see Dr. Hassan will try to bring you up in a bit. Nicholas, what's your stance? What do you expect to see today?
Well, I mean, first off, I just joined, so apologies. I haven't heard. And you have one of the leading academics and experts on Hezbollah here, Hala Jabr.
I can't wait. So Hala's a regular. I can't wait to. Her hand is up, so I'm going to go to her next.
Yeah, great. I just look. I think speculating on what he will or will not say is not particularly useful, although it's perhaps interesting. What I just would like to point out is the irony of the situation, the point that we're at, where some of your Israeli speakers as well, and I think U.S. officials and quotes in media organizations, kind of hoping and praying that Nasrallah is going to be the supremely rational, pragmatic actor and a kind of realist. And it's just incredible to think how far they've come from the open letter and the manifesto in 1985, where they took particular issue with their supposed critics who accused them of being irrational, fanatic, theocrats trying to burn down alcohol shops, etc. And they rejected that. And for decades, Nasrallah has built back the rationality of his discourse and that of Hezbollah. Whether you like it or not is a different thing. But it's just incredibly ironic that to this day, decades afterwards, you hear throughout in the media reporting before this speech, and you've heard here on this space as well, this kind of hope and expectation that Nasrallah and Hezbollah are going to respond as realist, rational, pragmatic actors. They don't want to expend themselves. Iran doesn't want to expend themselves, etc. And I actually think it's a bit dangerous, because that coming full circle, I think, also obscures the deep ideological, religious, ethical components of the decision-making that Nasrallah, Hezbollah, and its allies are all engaged in right now. And that actually is something that I think leads to a more frightening conclusion for this coming period. This is not just about pragmatism, realism, interest, preserving X, Y, and Z investments. This is also, if they believe rather, that they are on the cusp of what they've called the Great War, I would submit that it's very important to remember and look at the strong role of religion, of belief, of steadfastness, of ideology and ethics, which are right now, I think, supremely important in their decision-making. And I think that that also is leading us to a much more dangerous space in the coming period.
Hala, how are you?
Hey guys, yeah, I'm fine, and good afternoon to everybody. So a few things. One of the things I've been wanting to say is, there's a lot of talk sometimes that Iran hasn't given the green light, or it actually decides whether a group like Hezbollah or Hamas or anyone for that matter will enter a war. The way this works, the way this doesn't work this way over time, and history has shown, is like Iran usually puts broad lines for all its proxies or groups, but allowing each of the group to have its own space and independence to work within those broad lines. So Iran is obviously said clearly, that this attack on Gaza or this attack on the Palestinian is a no-no, and that, it will be retaliated. Now, each of the groups on the ground has its own space to decide how and when, more importantly, and when they do. So it's not Iran that's going to be making a call to Nasrallah tomorrow or in a half an hour or a week later and say, it's time for you to move in now. It doesn't work that way. That's one thing. Someone was today's speech, everybody's anticipating it. Again, like the man or hate him, agree with him or disagree with him, the fact of the matter is, after all these years, the minute he says, I'm going to be talking, everybody heeds, everybody listens, because they know whatever he says, he means, and whatever he says, he does, including the Israeli side. Over the years, it's been shown that when Nasrallah does talk, they are actually listening to what he says. In 2006, while he was doing his announcement, actually he didn't announce we're at war. He said, "Watch it," and then there was a missile launched at a Navy ship. Today is not going to be that kind of thing. Today, I think it will be a case of him increasing the level, but the speech will depend on what is required on the battlefield. Does it require to be very, very high and fiery, or moderate, or or fiery enough. Yesterday's increased attacks, Mario, are because they are showing that this is the next level. We're not showing all the cards yet, or they're not showing all the cards yet, but they're trying to insinuate what is possible and what can come. And yes, they're increasing the pressure on Israel. That is the whole point of what they've been doing so far. To those saying that they, people are disappointed because he hasn't been involved. In fact, he's been leading this right from day one. When I say leading it, I mean he's been in the operation room, and he has been part of the decision making of how this is happening. They've been helping them in many ways. More importantly is that, in the last few weeks, they've knocked out hundreds of millions worth of Israeli surveillance along the border with Lebanon, recon and comms equipment, etc., etc., etc. That in itself is a huge, that in itself is part of the war, that's the ongoing war. A war does not mean you press a button like one of those PlayStations and you declare war. It's not a computer game. It's a lot more than that. And his priority also is to make sure that Lebanon is safe from any Israeli attack. So there are lots of considerations to be taken. And they never said that if Israel attacks Hamas, or if Israel carries out a ground offensive against Hamas, that's when they will get involved in this big war that everybody seems to imagine is going to happen. They've never said that. They've said, they will be there, they will resist, and they will create a battle if and when necessary. The if and when necessary has not happened yet. Hamas has not fallen. In 2006, let's remind ourselves, Israel carried out an offensive against Lebanon. The idea was that within 3 to 4 days, maximum a week, they would wipe out Hezbollah. 33 days later, they had to walk away from this whole thing because they didn't succeed. Their goals were not achieved, and actually they got kicked in the ass. It's now 27 days since they've launched this against Hamas. And okay, the ground offensive has only been a week old or so, but the fact of the matter is Hamas has managed to sustain and maintain itself and not fall or disintegrate despite the 27 days of heavy bombardment. So that is also another telling thing to Israel, that some of the goals that they are perhaps putting out, or trying to achieve, are not achievable because they are underestimating the other side.
I don't. Yeah. So I have more questions for you, Hala. I know we have 9 minutes before the speech begins, so I wanted to get Kareem's thoughts on this, and appreciate having Jennifer here that will be streaming and translating the speech for us live. I do want to go to Kareem first. Kareem, would love to get your thoughts, what we could expect to see.
Hey, thanks for having me. Look, I mean, as a lot of people have said on this panel, I mean, we can speculate until the cows come home, really. I mean, again, I don't think experts are anticipating this call for a war. I think that it's going to be consistent with this gradual escalation that we're currently seeing in the south. It's been a month. There's an estimated over 9,000 killed in Gaza. Yet the south in Lebanon, while it has been escalating in terms of the violence, there is slowly, the attacks are reaching further north and further, they're not all on the border anymore. But there is a calculated plan. It's not that he's going to press the button and go all out, go all at it. It's clear that there might be some sort of red lines being defined, as I believe it was Hala who said, there were no certain clear red lines that were mentioned, whether it was a ground invasion or anything like that. But they had warned the Israelis that if they do escalate, that Hezbollah will respond in a way that they deem appropriately. And I think, and I have a feeling that they will set some clearer red lines on this. But no sort of deadline, nothing. And I think they don't have an interest in dragging Lebanon to another war. There are severe consequences for their supporters, for the entire country, the economic crisis, the political situation, and they might maybe look at the mounting pressure on the Israelis at the moment globally and say, okay, well, we can try and play to that. But there's a lot up in the air right now. But I definitely don't see some sort of, pressing of a button saying, all right, we're all at it. And I think there was a message that was sent.
Yeah,
One, that there was the consistent...
Kareem, just sorry, quickly to interrupt. So Hadi, I need you to jump in when the speech starts. Hadi or or Jennifer.
Yeah, no
So when it starts, just immediately interrupt. Sorry to interrupt you, Kareem. Just want to make sure that they jump in.
No, not at all, not at all. And I think a message that was sent, over the past few weeks is that it's not just about the northern front for the Israelis; it's the entire region. You were all talking earlier about the Houthis in Yemen. We were talking about the Islamic resistance in Iraq, which has targeted U.S. bases in Syria and Iraq, and I think they target Eilat recently. So, and there were also some cases of, if I'm not mistaken, reported Palestinian militia groups in Daraa and Syria firing some rockets into the Golden Heights. So this all sends a message that it's not about opening a second front. It's an entire regional front. There are groups that are close to Hezbollah and Iran. They're an axis, the axis of resistance, as they call themselves. And that, if there could be a domino effect. And I think that's a message that they have been sending. It's also worth noting that, Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah, met with senior Hamas official Arouri and the head of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad not long ago. And following this meeting, it's indicative that, yes, they're all in communication with each other, but we didn't see any sort of major shift in rhetoric from Hamas nor the Islamic Jihad. So so to have something that's a complete outlier from what we have seen would be a massive surprise for everybody. So that's kind of how I see it. And I'm trying not to speculate on this because we could do this for hours and hours and not really know. But it's clear that there's a message they want to send. And I think there will be clear red lines. But, it's just a matter of minutes before we find out, I think.
I appreciate that. So we could start any minute now. So as soon as I start, we'll start streaming. I'd love to go to Chris and get your thoughts on the comments that Kareem has made, Chris. And Chris, while we don't expect, it's not going to be like in a movie, I declare war on Israel. They did this, they did that, and we will not accept it. We all rally behind Palestinians. I don't expect that declaration of war. But at the same time, I think there's certain telltale signs that, hey, this indicates that Hezbollah is going to, their plan is to join the war, or this could indicate a certain deadline. How, if Hezbollah wants to join the war, let's say they've decided to join the war, what are those telltale signs you should look out for? Will they, if let's say if they decided to join the war, will they just say, hey, we've decided to join the war? Or will there be other certain things, Chris, Nasrallah will be saying? You're muted, so you got to unmute bottom left corner, Chris.
I think that if Hezbollah wants to join the war, then it will give some very specific elements to the speech, saying if this happens, we're coming to war, and absolutely serious. As Hala said, people listen to what Nasrallah says and it believes him. So I think, that is quite possible. But I still go back, and I think I agree with the majority of the experts here that I just don't see that happening. But the warnings, I think it'll be interesting to see how stark the warnings are. The more specific they are, the more that he ties his hands in the future. And, I suppose I have a question, and this is to the others really as well. To what extent that, Hezbollah here is in a reactive mode? Did it know that Hamas was going to carry out these attacks? Did it know that those attacks would be quite so
I'll answer that one for you, Chris. I'll answer it because we've covered this heavily. So multiple reports, multiple statements. So it came from Lebanese politicians. It came from, obviously not Hezbollah directly. It came from Iran said they didn't know. Hamas said that Hezbollah and Iran didn't know. Even the Hamas leader said he wasn't aware. The leader in Qatar. And he could be lying.
Yeah, I know that. I know that's what they've said. But did anyone in Hezbollah? Therefore, to what extent? Who did Hamas genuinely inform about this? Actually, I think they probably didn't inform very many people, because that would have increased the likelihood that Israeli security would have found out. So, in a sense, that then has put Hezbollah in this position. It's not necessarily one that they look to be in. It's not one that they sought to be in. So it may well have opened up quite a lot of splits within Hezbollah. There may not be single views, etc. So that also plays a part in it. To what extent that he's having to manage a slight coalition, of viewpoints within those constituencies that matter to Hezbollah.
Chris, could I ask you a quick question on this? Appreciate your work, by the way. What to what extent do we think the Hezbollah, and then I keep forgetting I need to remember the acronym.
Guys, hold on.
Guys, about the Iraqi group. What do you think about the propensity?
All right, guys,
be
can you stop for a sec? So, Jennifer, can you start, please? Jennifer, you there? Jennifer, you got to unmute, bottom left corner, please.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, it started. Can you please translate? Are you there?
How?
All right, Hadi, are you able to translate? Play on your end to translate?
Yeah, but I'm on Al Mayadeen. It didn't start. Let me check Al Manar.
Exactly, it didn't start yet. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm following.
Okay.
It didn't start yet.
It didn't start. It usually starts like sharp, like 1 minute. Now.
Yeah, it didn't. It said, I don't know why someone from the team said it's done.
Okay, they're standing up. The leaders are standing up, so it's gonna start soon.
Okay. So what so now that all the leaders stand up and he'll start speaking.
So basically, the clerics, when they stand up, that means he's gonna come up. So they have there's the anthem now starting. So after the anthem, he's gonna start speaking.
Okay. All right, Tariq, what you could do as well, if you could write quick notes, Tariq, while you're muted, quick snippets, quotes, and just send them in the group, the breaking news groups. I'll just tweet them out for the audience. Okay, bro? Tariq, sure. Yeah, if anyone else could do it, just in the breaking news group, do that. I've asked the team as well. Jennifer,
I think Al Jazeera will be doing this.
Oh yeah, we'll get it. The team will get it, but just do it, just in case. Have it, but do it, and then if Al Jazeera is doing it, it's fine. Yeah. Just fixing the title. So what's happening now? Hadi, give us some. Hadi or Jennifer, what's going on now?
So now there's a verse of the Quran was read. The man is down. So now I think we're gonna hear. Usually there's someone who introduces Sayed Nasrallah before he speaks. So I'm not sure it's gonna happen today, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just started. The guy who introduces him. So he says a poet or something.
And like Nasrallah will be speaking from not teleprompter. Sorry, will be speaking on a screen because his location is hidden for obvious reasons, security reasons.
Yeah. It's a screen all over Lebanon. Depends on the event, and in Iran as well.
Yeah. How long will the introduction take? So tell us what.
Usually it takes about 3 to 5 minutes.
3 to 5 minutes to introduce.
Because he says a poet or something like that first. And
how often do they do? How often do they do these speeches? By the way, Jennifer, just unmute and interrupt us as soon as it starts. We'll all shut up, just for you. You're the star of the show.
This happens often, Mario.
Yeah, it's often, especially when there's an event. Because now there's an event. Because
how often does he speak? He speaks once a year or more often?
No, more often. Depends on what's happening. But it's not always that there's an event. Usually it's just a screen. We watch it at home. It's not usually that where there's a lot of people, unless there's a specific event for it.
Okay. This is nerve-wracking. Is anyone in Lebanon right now on stage? Hala, are you in Lebanon? Or you left?
No, I'm not in Lebanon.
Everyone left.
I'm here in the UK.
Except Jennifer.
No, I didn't leave. I don't live
except
in
from
Lebanon.
me too.
I go back and forth.
And Tariq's in Lebanon, yeah, I forgot. So is the introduction still going on, Hadi?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
More like a poetry and not an introduction. So
yeah,
hyping people
poetry, and then at the end he says, "Here comes the grandson of the prophet," and like he introduces him.
Yeah, I'm posting. Look how many people are out. That's crazy. Look at people on the street.
And that's just one city.
That's crazy.
Yeah, what you're seeing is only in one location. So
yes, crazy. Yeah, so the introduction is happening now. Let me
a reminder to everyone listening to our spaces, if you have any clips, any videos you would like to share, please share them with Mario's
just DM them. Just DM them to me, yeah. And let us know in the comments your thoughts as Nasrallah speaks. We'll go through the comments. We'll be tweeting the summary live as well on the X account. Would you say this is Heidi? Would you say this is the most highly anticipated speech Nasrallah has done since, let's say, 2006?
From 2006, yes, one of them most highly. He started, I think people are clapping, but okay, I think he's gonna start now. So Jennifer.
Okay. So Jennifer will be translating for us, everyone.
He's not on yet.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, he's still not on to speak, but like he's gonna be in a couple of seconds. So
the intro's done. Okay.
I feel nervous, guys.
Yeah, it is. He's on the screen now. Hadi and James, all of you, just prepare to play it as well. Tarek, prepare to play it. Hala as well, maybe in case Jennifer has technical issues. So we have multiple options where you put it on speaker and then you also translate for us in English. Just we have different options. It's also on YouTube, but I don't know if I have English translation. If anyone has an English link, comment and DM it to me where it's already.
In the name of God, the gracious, the merciful. May the peace and blessings of God be upon our Prophet, peace be upon him. May the peace and blessings of God also be upon his kith and kin. May the peace and blessings of God also be upon you. Dear brothers and sisters, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you all. I would like first to welcome this large crowd gathered today to celebrate our dignity and pride with all the victims and all the martyrs that have fallen. We are gathered here today to honor their memory and to renew our utter commitment and utter sacrifice of their blood. We celebrate the memory of these martyrs who have fallen, the martyrs of the Islamic resistance in Lebanon, the martyrs of Hezbollah, the martyrs of the Lebanese Saraya to combat the Israeli occupation, the martyrs of Kata'ib al-Qassam in Lebanon, the martyrs of Saraya al-Quds in Lebanon, and the civilian martyrs who have unlawfully and unjustly fallen at the hands of the Zionists, including journalists. Today, I would like to address myself first to the families of the martyrs. And I'm talking here about the martyrs from Lebanese and Palestinians who have fallen at the Lebanese front. So I address myself to their families, and I would like to congratulate you on the fact that your loved ones have fallen martyrs. I also console you for the loss of your beloved, whether a father, a brother, a husband, a son. And I ask God subhanahu wa ta'ala to accept them in heaven. I would like to also extend my congratulations and consolation to all the families of the martyrs in the West Bank, in Gaza, and everywhere that have seen martyrs fall in this battle, in this Al-Aqsa flood operation that has rippled onto several fronts and onto several countries. I'm not going to talk a lot about the martyrs. A few days later, we're going to celebrate Martyrs' Day, and I'm going to speak in more length on our martyrs. But let me say that these martyrs have won the great prize. We can simply read some verses of the Quran when he speaks about these martyrs, so I can be a source of so they can be a source of dignity to their families and to everyone. Let us be sure that they have gone to heaven, that they have gone to the afterlife, a place that no one has seen, an ear that has never heard about this place. God subhanahu wa ta'ala says about the martyrs, those who have killed for God, their actions won't be lost. They will be awarded and they will be consoled and they will be welcomed into heaven. Oh, those who believe, if you fight for God, God will guide you and God will chart a steady path for you. So those who have been killed for the sake of God are not dead. They are alive in the hands of God. So God has awarded them, and they await those who will follow them. Do not fear for them. They are not sad. They do not weep. They are blessed by God, and God will not forget the actions of those who believe in him. Now they are alive. These martyrs are now alive. And I do not mean that on Judgment Day. On Judgment Day, everyone will become alive. But today, our martyrs are the ones who are alive, are the ones who are happy, are the ones who are enjoying the mercy of God. So do not do not say that those who have been killed for the sake of God are dead. They are alive. Congratulations to all the martyrs. Congratulations to the brave fighters, to the unjustly killed martyrs, including men, women, children, young and old. Congratulations to them, for they have moved to this world. They have moved to the kingdom of God. They now sit next to God and next to his angels, where no US hegemony, no Zionist oppression, no aggressions, no killing, no massacres. For that, from this position, from this strong belief, this is how we see our martyrs. This is how we see the families of martyrs. I tell these families, your sons have gone, have fallen in a battle that is taking place on the face of the earth. And if we want to search for a battle, the most legitimate of battles from a humanitarian perspective, from an ethical perspective, from a religious perspective, we will not find a battle as the one we are fighting against the Zionists and the occupiers of Palestine. This is a battle that is unprecedented on the humanitarian level, on the ethical level, on the legal level. And this is why it is clear and it is no doubt to anyone that this battle is a fight for God a fight for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. This is what we need to know, every one of us. Today I address myself to the families of martyrs to celebrate them. The world has heard their words that represent resistance, steadfastness, and acceptance of the will of God, choosing God and praying to God every day. This is our real strength. Before holding up arms, our real strength is in our belief, in this clarity, in this deep-rooted commitment to our cause, in this readiness, this great readiness to sacrifice ourselves, and in the readiness and in the patience, this endless patience that we have seen in the fathers and the daughters and the sons and the mothers of the victims and the martyrs. Allow me also to salute to this historical people, a people that are unmatched anywhere around the world, to the people of Gaza, the families of Gaza, who we have seen on television, whereby a father, a mother, a daughter are removed from under the rebel after they have been hit, after they have lost their family, and they bravely say that everything they're doing is a sacrifice for Palestine, for the resistance, and for the Aqsa. Here lies our greatest strength. This is a people that no words can describe. This is a people that language has failed to describe their strength, to describe their belief, their resistance, their and we also see this in the West Bank: sacrifice, steadfastness, patience, and everywhere else. Dear brothers and sisters, today I will focus my speech on the direct event, what's happening right now, so that we can understand what's happening and we can determine the responsibilities and talk about the future regarding the Lebanese scene and the national cooperation we are seeing and other aspects as well. I will point out that this requires a detailed, in-depth analysis that has to be relegated until later on. But now, allow me to express my thanks to all of those who have demonstrated, who have raised their voice and supported across the world, whether Arab countries, Islamic countries, Latin American countries, and to all the peoples and all the positions and stances that have been taken. I would like to express my special thanks to our Yemeni and Iraqi brothers who have entered this battle. Dear brothers and sisters, why did things get to where they are? And what is the background of what happened on the 7th of October and the Al-Aqsa flood? I will talk about these things briefly because it is necessary for me to build on these points. There's no denying to anyone that the Palestinian people have been suffering for more than 75 years. So there's no need for me to explain every event. But unfortunately, in the recent years in Palestine, the situation has been even more dire, especially under the rule of an extremist, stupid, and barbaric government. There are 4 titles that have marked the Palestinian situation in the past few years. First, the issue of detainees. Thousands of Palestinian men, women, and children are still in Palestinian prisons for years on end. Some are actually sick and suffer life-threatening diseases and sicknesses. And need I say more about that? Under this extremist government and under the rule of this PM, this blockade done on the detainees has been exacerbated. Second, the Quds, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and particularly the attacks that have taken place in the past month leading up to the past few weeks against the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Unprecedented attacks since the 1967 occupation of Jerusalem. Also, the siege on Gaza for 20 years, for nearly 20 years, more than 2 million people are living under a severe blockade, a severe siege, under dire living circumstances without one batting an eye. The 4th title, the new risks that are rising in the West Bank through new settlement projects, also under this extremist government. Add to that the daily killings, the daily arrests and destruction of homes. These are all files. These are all circumstances that Palestinians were incurring, and the resistance movements as well. No one around the world is batting an eye. Neither the UN nor the Security Council, neither the Islamic Cooperation Organization, neither the AU or any other international group or congregation of states. The Palestinian cause and what was happening in Palestine, all of these points, all of these issues had been forgotten, relegated to history, in the bottom of the world's agenda, if any. In the meantime, the occupation's policy has become more corrupt, more unjust, and more oppressive of the Palestinian people. So we needed a major event that would shake the occupation forces and that would shake its supporters, especially in Washington and London. An event that would reopen the book and dust off and remove the dust off these causes, and that brings back the Palestinian cause to the spotlight, along with its sacred places and locations, bringing it back to the top of the world's agenda. This jihadist operation as such took place on the 7th of October in what was called the Al-Aqsa Flood. This operation was conducted by the jihadists of Azz-ad-Din al-Qassam brigade, along with them, of course, other resistance factions from Palestine. This operation, so this is the first point regarding the background of what happened on the 7th of October. More so than that, this operation was made purely in Palestine. The decision and the execution was done 100% and in Palestine. It had been hidden from everyone. Even it was hidden even from resistance factions in Palestine and in other countries of the resistance axis. This is to ensure the utter confidentiality of this operation, and this utter confidentiality is what ensured the success of this operation, since it created the element of surprise. So contrary to public belief, because right now some troublemakers are trying to spread rumors otherwise. So, and those trying to sow the seed of doubt and strife between us are trying to come between us. And this is why I tell everyone that this secrecy and this confidentiality did not really bother us or any other resistance faction in the Axis. We do not ever oppose any decision taken by any resistance faction from our axis. This operation done by our brothers in Hamas has entrenched the real identity of this battle, the objectives of this battle as well. It has cut the road before the enemy. It has prevented the liars from spreading their lies and spreading misinformation, especially if they talk about the relationship between the different resistance factions in the region. Whenever a battle takes place, they often try to invoke the nuclear Iranian cause, the negotiations between Iran and the EU or Iran and the US. So they always try to sidetrack the situation, to lie, to spread misinformation. The Al-Aqsa flood through a decision made by Palestine, an execution done in Palestine, and the fact that it was hidden from everyone proves that this battle is a fully Palestinian one for the sake of Palestine and the problems of Palestine and the causes of Palestine and the people of Palestine. It is not related to any other issues, regional issues and topics. This event also proves the credibility of what we have been saying over the past few years, so that our friends would understand and our enemies would understand. Some people did not understand. They could not understand that the decisions made by resistance factions lie in the hands of their leaders. The Islamic Republic of Iran, since the Supreme Leader Al-Khomeini took place and until the Supreme Leader Khamenei took place, Iran had always supported and adopted and assisted publicly resistance factions in Lebanon, Palestine, and the region. However, it does not practice any hegemony over these factions and their leaders or even their decisions. What happened in the past, what happened in Al-Aqsa flood today proves this truth. Whoever wants to read the situation today or what can happen anytime in the future must understand that the decision makers, the real decision makers, are the leaders of the resistance, the jihadists of the resistance, and they serve their cause, their main cause, and nothing else. Dear brothers and sisters, the third point, the event and its repercussions. What happened on the ground, I think you have all followed it in detail. I'm not going to explain what happened on the 7th of October. It was broadcasted on television. It was a heroic, brave, creative, meticulous, great attack that we celebrate at the highest level. What has this attack generated? It has established or created an earthquake within the Israeli government or the Israeli state, a security, political, psychological shock that has resulted into strategic, existential repercussions, which will leave their effect on the present of Israel and the future of Israel. Irrespective of what the Israeli government does, what it did over the past few months and the next few days, it will not, irrespective of what it did, it will never be able to change the results and the repercussions of Al-Aqsa flood, the strategic and the existential impact it created for the future of Israel. It has revealed a lot of facts, a lot of truths that we should all be aware of and that we should shed light on later in the future. So I'm talking about impacts, consequences, major impacts and consequences, and these have to be detailed also at a later stage. But the most important point in this regard is that it has uncovered the weakness and the delusion of the Israeli government, a government that is weaker than a spider's web. I read in some media outlets in Israel talks of the fact that Israelis themselves now believe more than I myself. So Israelis now believe more than myself that Israel is weaker than a spider's web. And this is reality. This is a fact that has been proven by the Al-Aqsa flood. The American administration has taken no time, along with its ministers, its generals. So it has taken no time to attach itself to this, or to come to the rescue of this. Of Israel, so as it can catch a breath and stand on its feet once again, so that they can take the initiative again, even though up until now they have not been able to take the lead, and to actually provide protection and assistance to the Israeli government unconditionally. This enthusiasm and speed of the US to contain Israel and to come to its rescue have revealed the delusion and the weakness of Israel. So imagine, since the very first few days of the Al-Aqsa flood against a besieged Gaza, the Israeli government needed the entire arsenal of the US coming to its rescue for moral support and for military support as well. So we ask ourselves, where is their military arsenal? Where are your aircrafts? Where are your military vessels? Had you not been bragging about being the strongest army in the Middle East? What happened? Did you need Israel, the US, to come to your rescue? They needed that US experts and generals come to Israel to provide assistance. So this decision was made since the day one to actually open the US supplies to Israel. So since the first day, Israel asked for $10 billion. The war hadn't even started yet. Is this a really strong state? Is this a state that can really stand on its feet? Does it need this massive support from the US and this heavy European and Western crowned prime ministers, ministers of defense, generals, presidents of states coming and rushing to Israel to provide moral support? This is what the Al-Aqsa flood did. So what did the Aqsa flood do to them, really? So these repercussions, these impacts must be revealed. I will not have the time to do that now, so that we can understand that the sacrifices happening now in Gaza, in the West Bank, and across all fronts, yes, these are earned sacrifices. Some people are saying that Hamas and the people of Gaza saw this coming, but these accomplishments, these consequences are worthy of all these sacrifices, because they have paved the way for a new stage of struggle against this enemy. It has laid the foundations for a new historic phase for the fate of Palestine and the Palestinian people and the people in the region. So yes, it does deserve all of this sacrifice. There was no other option. There is no other option. The other option would be to stand in silence, to actually wait for death, wait for Al-Aqsa to be lost, the West Bank to be lost. It is like waiting for the detainees to die and to waiting for more killing. So this decision was a correct one, a wise and courageous one. It was much needed, and it came at the right time, and it deserves and it is worth all of the sacrifice. How did the occupation and the enemy respond to the 7th of October events and the Al-Aqsa flood? It is clear since the very early hours that the enemy was lost, was confused, because it is a Sabbath. and it was the right time. It seemed like they had maybe had too much to drink, maybe they were sleeping. So it was hours later that we heard from Gallant and Netanyahu. It was hours from this slumber, so to speak. So it was anger. Israel responded with anger and rage. So whenever they wanted to regain their hostages from Hamas and Gaza, they are the ones who actually killed the settlers, and now there are investigations happening within Israel that prove this. Tomorrow, when the dust of war fades and investigations are done, the world will see that those who claim they are civilians killed by Hamas have actually been killed with the bullets and missiles and bombs of Israel that was actually acting with rage and complete insanity. So, in the face of this event, it seems that the governments of Israel do not really learn from their mistakes. This is what we hear oftentimes. Israel is actually conducting inquiries, learning lessons, etc., etc. It doesn't seem like they learn from experience, or that they can learn from their own experiences and wars with the resistance movements in Palestine and Lebanon. This is clear. What's happening today, we've seen before. In Lebanon, in July 2006, and in several recurrent wars with Gaza that differ maybe in severity. So one of the biggest mistakes committed in the past wars, and that is being repeated today, is basically setting high expectations and objectives that they cannot reach, objectives that they cannot fulfill. For example, when they said that the objective would be to eradicate Hamas in Gaza, all Hamas. So one day they want to topple the government of Hamas. One day they want to eradicate the leadership of Hamas. One day they want to obliterate the military wing of Hamas. But now they're talking about eradicating Hamas entirely. Can someone in their own mind really set such an objective? They also set another objective, and that is to recover the hostages taken by the resistance factions in Gaza unconditionally and without conditions or prerequisites. Anyone who has experience with the resistance since its birth in Palestine and its extension to Lebanon today, has Israel ever been able to liberate its hostages without negotiations? This is someone who doesn't learn from their mistakes. What happened in Lebanon in 2006, after they took the two detainees were taken, they said that they wanted to obliterate Hezbollah. Of course, they were backed by the US and the West and other Arab countries. The objective was to eradicate Hezbollah in Lebanon and recover the two hostages unconditionally. So they fought for 33 days. They were neither able to obliterate Hezbollah or recover their hostages without negotiation. The same thing is happening today in Gaza, with a major difference, and that is the scale, the sheer scale of massacres and genocide and ethnic cleansing that they are committing in Gaza. In 2006, more than 150,000 houses were either entirely entirely or partly destroyed. We incurred thousands of martyrs, but in the face of this aggression, the resistance stood strong, and Lebanon stood strong, forcing the enemy to stop and forcing the enemy to retract its objectives. What's happening in Gaza today, what's happening in Palestine today, also reveals the insanity and the weak-mindedness and the stupidity, so to speak, of Israel. Because what they're doing today in Gaza is killing people, children, women. The majority of martyrs are women and children. The vast majority of our civilians. The occupation is destroying mosques, hospitals, schools, and churches. No respect for anything, neither an institution nor any creatures. They are destroying neighborhoods on end under the world's eye. Does this require the strongest air force in the region, the strongest army in the region? Can't this be fulfilled by any army that owns a bunch of rockets and airplanes? For an entire month, the Israeli army was unable to accomplish any real military accomplishment, even when they invaded Lebanon in 2006, whenever they found out that destroying thousands of houses and killing thousands of people, despite all of this killing and this destruction, it was unable to touch the resistance, and this is why they started their land invasion. We had several battles happening in Maroun al-Ras, Bint Jbeil, Ait al-Shab. We saw a lot of death, or we caused a lot of death amongst the enemy's ranks. This is what they're trying to do today, a massive operation that they're trying to tell the world. They're trying to tell the world they're not, basically they're trying to trick the world into believing they are preparing for a massive military operation and ground invasion while they are actually scared. We have seen in video the courage and heroicness of, or heroism, so to speak, of the Palestinian people and the Palestinians' resistance factions. How can this army stand up to such fighters and such brave men? This is how the enemy has responded. Direct military effort that is hesitant, that is weak, and that is frustrated. What they know best for 75 years is actually committing massacres, just as they did in Lebanon and in Palestine and across the region. The objective would be to break the will of resistance leaders so we can maybe wave the white flags and surrender and bow our heads. I think that we see the scenes we are seeing every day and every night from the Gaza Strip is proof to the Zionists that the people, the children, the men, the women who are being recovered from under the rubble and are praising the resistance is only but proof that the end of this battle would be the victory of Gaza and the failure of our enemy. Dear brothers and sisters, everything that's happening in the Gaza Strip under the world's eye reveals once again and proves once again that first, this barbaric nature of Israel is no longer a secret to anyone. What they have sowed in Palestine and in our region based on the Balfour Declaration has been killing us for 75 years. Firstly, the Palestinian people, also the Lebanese, the Jordanian, the Egyptian, and the Syrian people. After all the years, after several attempts to tell the people and the Islamic world and the Arab world that what's living next to you is a democracy, they tried to sell us this lie that it is a state of ethics, of law, of human rights, of IHL. Today, the martyrs and children and women of Gaza who have been unjustly oppressed and massacred in the past are abolishing all these lies, are removing all of these masks that international media outlets and Arab media outlets tried to sell to the people in order to get to normalization or in order to stand in an action against Israel. This also reveals the direct responsibility of Israel of all of these massacres and barbarism. This is proof of the American lies. From day one, Biden has been saying, we tried to tell them, we tried to convince them to spare the civilians. All of these are lies. 30 days, Gaza has been destroying under the eyes of the world, of the West, and the international community, community that talks about human rights and human values. They're using a false pretense that Hamas killed or beheaded babies, and they were not able to provide even the tiniest shred of evidence around that. And they turn a blind eye to thousands of children being beheaded and torn to bits in Gaza. This reveals the truth of the US, the truth of the West and the international community, the truth of what we call international laws and the laws of the jungle that rule this world. Dear brothers and sisters, through what is happening in Gaza, we need to understand today that the US is entirely responsible for the current war happening in Gaza against its people. Israel is but an executive tool in the hands of the US. It is the US that is vetoing US or basically Security Council resolutions in the UN. It is actually vetoing and preventing a ceasefire and a halt to the aggressions against Gaza. It is proving that what the Supreme Leader Al-Khomeini was right when he said that it is responsible for all the catastrophes happening around the world in Afghanistan, Lebanon, Palestine, Vietnam, and other countries around the world. It must be held accountable for these crimes and massacres. It must be held accountable for what it is committing against the people of our region, the crimes being committed against our people. And as such, the decision of the Islamic resistance in Iraq decided to attack U.S. bases, U.S. occupation bases in Iraq and Syria, stating that the US is actually managing and governing the war in Gaza and must pay the price of its aggression and its continuous support to Israel and the crimes it committed in Iraq and other countries. This was a wise decision by the Iraqi Islamic resistance. A brave decision, a blessed decision. We also heard today and yesterday new steps being taken for the sake of Palestine, and we're actually gonna know more about these actions in later. In the next few hours. So I would like to thank these brave resistance forces in Iraq and in Yemen that have been standing up for the Palestinian people. Dear brothers and sisters, it is the duty and honor of every honorable person around the world to reveal the lies and the misinformation that is being spread, the international opinion is now shifting against these child murderers. The entire world is watching children and women being killed and torn to bits in front of the world's cameras. This is the weakest of beliefs in this battle. This is a battle between right and wrong, evil and good. It is a battle against barbarism, backed up by the US and the international community. Defending Gaza is a human duty. Whoever writes, whoever demonstrates, whoever supports, whoever speaks up, whoever moves, and whoever fights are fulfilling a human duty. Whoever stands in silence must reconsider their humanity if they are human in the first place, and must re-look and revisit their religion if they actually have believe in something, and into their honor, basically, if they believe that they are honorable. Everyone must bear the responsibility. Bringing me to responsibility. In 1948, when the world abandoned the Palestinian people, the occupation and Israel was established, and I think all the people in the region, including the Palestinian people, have paid the price for the inception of Israel. The repercussions did not only touch Palestinians, but also Jordanians, Syrians, Egyptians, and Lebanese. Lebanon maybe has been the most affected by the existence of Israel, this unlawfully and greedy occupation. And this is a reality that no one can deny. Today, what's happening in Gaza is not a war like the previous ones. It is not an event similar to the past ones. It is a battle, a linchpin, a historic shift. What happens in the future will not be the same as the past. And I think we need to bear responsibility for that. When I talk about bearing responsibility, we need to set short-term objectives that we all need to work on. In our opinion, there are two objectives. First, an objective that we must work for tirelessly day and night is a ceasefire, an end to the aggression against Gaza. The second objective would be to ensure Gaza's victory, to ensure the victory of the Palestinian resistance and the Islamic resistance in Gaza, and specifically Hamas. These are objectives that must be put before our eyes. First, to end the war, to end the aggression for humanitarian purposes and for ethical and religious purposes. As for the second objective, dear brothers and sisters, and to everyone who is listening, it is in the interest of everyone. It is first in the interest of the Palestinian people, the whole Palestinian people, but it is also because some people are trying to spread misinformation. Some people say that the victory of Gaza is the victory of Iran. If Gaza is victorious, then the Muslim Brotherhood is victorious. This is false. This is not true. The victory of Gaza is a victory for Palestinians, for the detainees, the Palestinian detainees. A victory for Al-Aqsa and the Resurrection Church, a victory for Palestine, a victory for the Palestinian people and all neighboring countries. I don't need to explain more. The victory of Gaza today is in the national interest of Egypt, the national interest of Jordan. It is in the national interest of Syria. And first and foremost, and before any other country, the victory of Gaza today is in Lebanon's national interest. And I think the past few days have borne witness to that. What does it mean for Israel to win in Gaza? What does it mean for the resistance to fall in Gaza? What are the repercussions of that on the Palestinian cause and on Lebanon specifically, on the security level, the political level, the people's level, the demographic level? The enemy has been threatening Lebanon and the people of Lebanon. They are 6 feet deep in mud in Gaza, but at the same time, they're flexing their muscles and they're threatening the Lebanese people with the children and women and the mosques and the churches that are being destroyed in Gaza. The epitome of barbarism. Dear brothers and sisters, we are all responsible. Every honorable person, every free person must be responsible, must take the responsibility. All governments around the world must strive to end the war on Gaza. If you don't want to serve your own humanity, your ethics, your conscience, your faith, if you do not want if you want to serve all of these, you have to work on a ceasefire. It is not necessary to condemn what's happening. You have to cut diplomatic ties. You have to call back your ambassadors. It is not useful to talk and issue statements all while exporting oil and gas and food to Israel. Unfortunately, over the past few years, Arab countries were talking about cutting petroleum off from the US. And now we have to beg them to cut their petroleum exports and to cut their food exports to Israel. I read an Israeli saying ironically that 22 Arab countries cannot even take out one single patient from Gaza, cannot bring any humanitarian assistance into Gaza. Have we become so powerless? Our brothers and sisters in Gaza are pleading the Arab world. They're telling the Arab world, we don't want your armies, we don't want your missiles, but can't you at least exert your power to even open the Rafah crossing to take out the injured and bring in humanitarian assistance? Can you not take to the streets at the Ma'bar, the Rafah crossing, leaders, presidents, ministers, along with their children and wives? Alongside the children and wives of Gaza, can't they protest and can't they turn the borders with Rafah at the Rafah crossing into a podium that through which they can address the world and they can blame the world? We must say this. I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk about things that will not yield any results. We have to continue advocating and putting things as they are, hoping that someone's conscience will wake up one day. As for the resistance movements, here I am reaching the end of my speech, and I think you're all waiting for what I'm about to say. The Islamic resistance in Iraq has now started to take up the banner and bear its duties, and it has announced that it will enter a new phase of attacks. As for our brothers in Yemen, the army of Yemen, the people of Yemen, the oppressed people of Yemen who have publicly defended their brothers and sisters, irrespective of the different threats they have been incurring. So Yemen has actually taken several initiatives, has fired several rockets, even if intercepted. At the end of the day, ultimately, these missiles will reach Israeli ground and they will reach Eilat and the south of Palestine and the military bases of Israel and south of Palestine. We salute them. We salute their courage. As for the Lebanese front, some might say that Sayed will speak about entering the war. We have entered this battle since the 8th of October. The resistance, the Islamic resistance in Lebanon, has launched its operations on the second day of Al-Aqsa flood. We hadn't known. Truthfully, we learned on Saturday, the 7th of October, with the rest of the world. And we moved swiftly into a different position. So now the operations started in the Shib'a lands and the Kfar Shuba lands, and then they stretched over the entire borders of Lebanon with occupied Palestine. And I think you have been following up on these operations in detail. What's happening on our front is very impactful and very important. To some, who are calling for Hezbollah to enter the war in a comprehensive war with Israel, it seems that what is happening on the borders is but humble actions. But if you look at what is happening in the borders objectively, you will see that our operations are very impactful. Of course, we have and of course we're not gonna stick to that. We're not gonna be satisfied with that alone. What is happening on our front, on the one end, is unprecedented in the history of Israel since 1948. And since we had Israeli positions or checkpoints stationed at the borders with Lebanon, and since we had settlers and occupiers in the north of Palestine at the borders with Lebanon, this had not even happened in the Israeli war. What is happening today is unprecedented. So to have all military positions and points in Israel, from the sea all the way to the heights of the Shib'a farmlands, to be attacked on daily basis in an intensified manner. So targeting these points, including vehicles, drones, tanks, soldiers, and their groups, along with technical equipment that serve as the eyes and ears of Israel into Lebanon. The Islamic resistance in Lebanon since the 8th of October has been waging a real battle that is only felt by those who are on the borders, fighters and residents alike. It is a real battle, a different battle that is different than any other battles waged by the resistance in Lebanon since either before 2000 or since 2006. It is a different battle in terms of circumstance, in terms of titles, in terms of tools, targets, measures, operations. And this is why it has resulted in this number of martyrs who have sacrificed their lives and insisted on staying on the front lines. At the borders, dear brothers and sisters, on Saturday, on the 7th of October, so after the Al-Aqsa flood directly, Israel started pulling its organized forces from the borders. What has this achieved? When we talk about martyrs on the Lebanese front, around 57, including 2 martyrs from the Lebanese Saraya, as well as the Al-Qassam Brigade martyrs and civilians. So this blood, this sacrifice, what has it achieved? It is important for us to know that so that we can continue from here on. At the borders, on the 7th of October, the enemy started pulling out its forces because since they are crumbling psychologically and they want to mobilize all the forces. So imagine, for the sake of Gaza and besieged Gaza, this limited space, they have mobilized all their army. They withdrew from the West Bank, from the north of Palestine, and replaced them with some reserves. Israel called back its reserves. And it happened only twice in the history of Israel. So the operations that started day after day were escalating until yesterday, and they have forced the occupation forces to maintain their forces at the north of Palestine, and to actually add members of the elite. So instead of moving members of the elite from the West Bank to Gaza, they moved them to North Palestine, which indicates that the Lebanese front has alleviated and removed a lot of the forces that were to be deployed against Gaza, and these forces were actually put in our face. So we attracted these forces. We are putting ourselves at risk, of course. Some people in Lebanon are saying that we are venturing into something that is uncertain, but this venture has been heavily and strongly calculated. If our position was to actually only stand in solidarity with Palestine politically, with speeches and statements, and to leave the Israeli forces and give them this leeway in North Palestine, these forces would have been sent to Gaza. So what has the Lebanese front done? I have exact numbers of soldiers and tanks and equipment that have been destroyed, but allow me to give you some rough estimates. The Lebanese front today was able to attract 1/3 of the Israeli army to the front. So 1/3 of the Israeli army is now stationed at the Lebanese borders against these resistance fighters, including members of the elite who were destined to go to Gaza. Also, half of the Israeli maritime forces are now stationed in the Mediterranean across Haifa. A quarter of the Air Force, the Israeli Air Force, is now targeting Lebanon, the south of Lebanon. Also, the Iron Dome, around half of the capacity of the Iron Dome is directed towards the Lebanese front. Around third of the logistical forces are directed towards Lebanon. So this is one of the direct fruits. These are accurate numbers that I'm giving you. I think we can detail it in number later on, but I'm just giving you a rough estimate. So this is one. Second, tens of thousands of settlement residents have moved on their own accord, while others have been evacuated. In the north, 43 settlements were evacuated. Those who still are in the settlements are highly likely to be soldiers and not civilians. In the south, facing Gaza, 58 settlements have been evacuated. Those who have been evacuated from north to south put a lot of pressure on the financial, economic, psychological level in Israel, especially now the Minister of Finance is sounding the alarm in Israel. The third and utmostly important point in this regard is the fact that these operations taking place on the borders and in the Sheba farms have generated anxiety and terror and fear amongst the political and military leadership of the enemy, also amongst the ranks of U.S. leaders who I'm going to talk about in the end. This fear is in the fact that this war is going to turn into full-scale war, and that things will escalate, or that the war will spill over and become extended over the region. This is a potential and a possibility that must be carefully looked into by the enemy. I think it is amongst their fears, amongst their concerns, and we read this across all the messages sent by Europe, France, the Arab countries, and the US. So these messages have already been sent to Israel. This outcome and this ambiguity and concern that we have created amongst the leaders of Israel serves two objectives. First, now the enemy has to carefully calculate its steps against Lebanon. This is what we talk about deterrence. This is what we talk about when we mention real Israeli fear. Had any of these operations take place across the borders, the Israeli army would not have been able to make any of these calculations. But now the enemy is afraid that things will go into a worse direction. So first, our presence on the front, these operations that we're conducting, and this readiness that we have displayed, our daily action keeps deterring the enemy. Otherwise, we've all heard the Minister of Defense and other officials talk about using this opportunity of international support to actually open the front against Lebanon and make a preemptive strike in Lebanon. Our blood in the south, the blood of our martyrs, our operations in the south are a clear message to the enemy, thinking of doing any operation in Lebanon. You will be making the biggest blunder of your life and in the history of your existence. They are telling us. They're trying to sow fear amongst the Lebanese, but what they're doing in Gaza. But this is not new to us. These are massacres that have been perpetrated by Israel since 1948. On the contrary, these scenes we are seeing from Gaza will make us more persistent on standing in your face without surrendering, irrespective of your threats and irrespective of the pressures you try to put on us. Second, through these operations and this fear and ambiguity that we're sowing amongst Israeli leaders, the second objective is that now Israel is carefully calculating everything it is doing against Gaza, especially through its ground invasion. All of these objectives are being fulfilled by the martyrs and the resistance in the south. Aside from the losses in human lives incurred by Israel over the past few weeks, these operations and the blood of our martyrs, the sacrifices of our martyrs and the injured and those who have stood their ground, as well as our honorable families who are still living in their villages or who have been displaced temporarily as a result of these of the Israeli strikes in the south. So these operations are worth your sacrifice. They are our solidarity with Gaza, with the blood, with the sweat, in the face of threats, in order to alleviate their suffering in light of this craze and this insanity that has taken over the military and political leaders of Israel. Here, I am reaching the important point that I would like to focus on. Our front in Lebanon, as the world knows, we have faced a lot of threats. We were told from day one that if you conduct operations in the south, if you open the front in the south, these American arsenals are here to get you, and that it is the U.S. Air Force that will bombard you. This is what we were told on Sunday, October 8, and on several occasions when some Palestinian factions entered to occupied Palestine through the Lebanese borders. We also received a threat that U.S. planes will be bombarding us. And then the second group and the third group and new groups of fighters will enter from Hamas will enter into Palestine. These threats are not going to change our stance. And this is why we started operating on this front. The escalation and the developments that will happen on these fronts is actually dependent on two things. First, the development of events in Gaza. This front is a solidarity front, an assistance front to Gaza. And therefore, the development at this front depends on the developments in Gaza. And it all depends on the nature of developments happening on the ground in Gaza. And the second thing that dictates the developments on our Lebanese front is the action of our Zionist enemy against Lebanon. Here, once again, I warn the enemy not to attack our civilians. This will put us in the fight of civilians against civilians. So, The behavior of the enemy with Lebanon will dictate the developments on our front. I tell you with full transparency and honesty and ambiguity at the same time. So, with all transparency and honesty and constructive ambiguity, that all possibilities on our Lebanese front are open. And that all the options are on the table, and we will resort to them whenever we feel it is necessary and at any time. We must all be ready and prepared and present to all possibilities. And I tell the US, threatening and intimidation against us and against the resistance in our region is to no avail. It will neither affect the resistance factions nor resistance countries. We even received messages that if we continue our operations in the south, the US will not only bomb Lebanon, but also Iran. So intimidation and threat against our resistance in the region is to no avail. Your arsenals, your army and your forces deployed in the Mediterranean will not scare us and have never scared us. I tell you with full honesty and transparency, your armies and your forces with which you threaten us, we are ready to counter. We have also done the necessary preparations. Dear US, remember your failures in Lebanon and in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and your shameful retreat from Afghanistan. Dear the US, those who have vanquished you in Lebanon in the early 80s are still very much alive, and with them are their children and grandchildren as well. If the US and Western policy calls for preventing escalation in the region, threatening and intimidation is not the way to do it, especially not against the resistance, which is defending the innocent and the oppressed and protecting sacred places. Their main objective is to end their aggression on Gaza. Israel is your servant. You are the Americans, and you are actually capable of stopping this aggression on Gaza because it is your doing. Whoever wants to prevent a regional war, and I address myself to the US, must move swiftly to end the aggression against Gaza. You Americans know very well that if we were to witness a regional war, neither your fleet nor your air force will work. Whoever will pay the price first is your interests, your soldiers, and your fleet, which will fall victim and which will be the biggest loser in this game. Today, the entire world, in the name of the blood shed by the oppressed, by the thousands of children and women in Gaza, in the name of the mosques and the churches, the hospitals, in the name of everything human, in the name of everything human and ethical and of value, I call on you to make strong efforts and to work tirelessly day and night to end the aggression against Palestine. Dear brothers and sisters, for the future, I tell the people of Palestine and in Gaza and to all of those who are resisting in our region, in the end, ever since the resistance was established after 1948, we have been fighting a battle of resistance. We have not. We still need some time. We're not going to be able to strike a decisive blow to Israel, but we are victorious step by step. This is how the resistance won in Lebanon in 1985, in 2000, and in 2006. This is how we achieved, and the resistance in Palestine, in Gaza, and the West Bank was able to score some points in Afghanistan, in Iraq as well, through patience, through resilience. This is what the enemy doesn't have. People are getting out of the rubble in Gaza and they're actually saying, this is all for the sake of the resistance. Houses are destroyed, and all of this is for the sake of the resistance. Do you see any people around the world saying that they would sacrifice their people or their home or their children for Israel? We haven't heard anything of the sort. So the battle is a battle of resilience and patience and withstanding and small and accomplishments, cumulative accomplishments, preventing the enemy from achieving its goals. And this is how we will succeed. I once again say that we all need to work tirelessly to end the aggression against Gaza, and we need to work for the victory of Gaza and the resistance in Gaza. And I tell you, first, believing in the promise of God, who promised his believers victory. This is the promise of God, and God has never failed a promise. Whenever he found us persistent and resilient, fighting for his sake, irrespective of the scale of our sacrifice. Sacrifice is proof of loyalty, which actually will grant us God's victory. This is the belief that has moved us across these several wars. And from personal experience, with the supreme leader who has repeated over the past few days his promise that Gaza will be victorious, that Palestine will be victorious. He told us the same thing a few days after the Tammuz, the July 2006 war, when we had no hope of winning. So I tell our people of Gaza, irrespective of your suffering, despite your suffering, despite your wounds, and I tell the people of Gaza, the people of Palestine, and all of those whose hearts are beating for the children and women and the civilians killed in Gaza, us bearing the responsibility, us standing our ground in patience and making sacrifices for the sake of God will be sure victory and inalienable victory. Even if today we celebrate and commemorate our martyrs, our pure martyrs, we're gonna meet soon, God's willing, to celebrate the victory of Gaza, the resistance in Gaza, and the people of Gaza. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you.
Speech is done, guys.
This is it.
This is probably as bad as it could be.
Actually, there's a lot of things we should cover. This can take a lot. There's a lot of keywords he used for translation. I know for some people it's like normal translation, but the way he was saying it in Arabic, the pauses, his face expressions, you can tell some of the keywords there is something going on. And there's a lot to discuss, but I don't know where to start, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of things to analyze, a lot of things to interpret, but this is not positive.
I think the best, not the best, but like the most important thing we need to discuss is the message. He actually made some statements directly to the Americans. Like I said yesterday, I told you I'm 100% confident that he's going to send a message to the American aircraft carriers, and he did it. And he didn't disappoint, to be honest, of everything he said.
I have a different view on that, Mario. I mean, from looking at the previous speeches that he's given, this was probably pretty benign. He started out by distancing himself. I had nothing to do with 10/7. I didn't know about it. This was only the Palestinians that were involved.
He threatened U.S. forces. Michael, he threatened U.S. forces.
No,
I mean,
Alex,
he
it's
threatens
not
everybody all the time. This was, compared to how this could have been, this was not as bad as it could have been by any means.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on Alex's camp here. Whilst it's not good, the fact that he said so early on that this was a purely Palestinian, and then emphasized that, you know, even our allies, even us as allies, weren't aware of what's happening, and then is talking about you know, an emphasis on this one. No, but there's one particular sentence that struck out for me, at least from the bits that I was listening, because it was a bloody long speech, which was the emphasis on use of oil and other economic coercive means to have an impact on Israel and the US, right? If you purely want
guys, I don't know how many.
So can I finish?
No, in a sec. No, hold on, because look, this is pretty. Everyone in the group that was calm before this, just like I'm in a lot of back channels. Everyone that was calm before this is telling me, Mario, that was significantly worse than we expected. They were calm. They were expecting this to be benign. Hadi said, Mario, I don't expect much out of this. He might not even mention, I think it was you, Hadi, or someone else in that group. He might not even mention.
No, not me. Everything I said he's going to say. He did. The red lines, talking to the US, the aircraft carriers, and a message to the martyrs, and message in Gaza. And when he said at the end that we're going to meet again after, of course, the 11/11 Martyr Day, that to celebrate the victory of Gaza, that means there is no way on earth that Hezbollah will not get involved if they see Hamas not achieving victory, and Hamas will achieve victory after he said that. In my opinion, I was 100% convinced that Hamas will not be eradicated. Now I'm 1000% convinced, to be honest.
Or Hezbollah and Hamas will be eradicated.
No one will be eradicated.
I don't find that funny. Just number one, this is extremely serious. Yeah, like I'm not happy with this with the result of the speech. Let's go. So Hala, I want to go to you first, not Tariq, not Ilad, not one else. Hala, you've been covering Hezbollah exclusively for many years. Can you please tell me, do you have a different narrative to what I'm hearing right now behind the scenes?
Sorry, I kind of missed a bit because I lost the voice. So can you just recap on what? I mean, my take is, I don't know if you guys have ever heard Nasrallah talk before, but his speeches are usually long, and they're usually sort of, it's always towards the end that he gets to the fiery point, if that's what everyone is expecting. At the beginning, he lays the ground. This was all about Hamas and Gaza and the Palestinians. He was trying to emphasize that this is a Palestinian fight. They did it. They started it. Unlike what people say, they're not a proxy, etc., etc., etc. He was laying the ground for all that. Towards the end, when he threatens the Americans, again, he's reminding them that they've had history in the region. They've failed, and yes, it's what we've been seeing for the last 2 or 3 weeks. The various, whether Iraq or Yemen or Syria or Lebanon, obviously Gaza is on another level. The resistance axis is doing what it can against those against whatever targets they have on the ground in both Iraq and in Iraq. It's American targets. When he says that they will deal with any attacks on Lebanon from the Americans, and that they have that, yes, it is. I mean, I know, Mario, you're looking at it, this is huge and it's quite scary and worrying, but it isn't. He's saying if they are attacked, they will respond. And it's a typical thing. If Lebanon is attacked, if Hezbollah is attacked, they will respond like they've always done before to whoever. Within their capability, they will respond.
So the threats they made to US base, I just tweeted it. Tariq, I've just tweeted, if you go with my, can everyone mute if they're not speaking, please? Tariq, I've posted my second last post, the keywords. I'm bringing some of the speakers back up on the US threats. Can you read out those quotes to Hala to get her thoughts? Because I don't know how much of the speech she heard. Tariq, you there?
Yeah, just give me a couple of minutes because I'm also putting
All
together.
right, let me read out.
points.
Okay, bro. Let me read it out. So Hala, these are the quotes on the threats to the US base. I've written, or me and my team have written everything. So we are ready for your fleets. Can you please mute your mic if you're not speaking? All right. So we are ready for your fleets to which you threaten us. In the event of any regional war, your interests and soldiers will be the victim and the biggest loser. We have made preparations for the American ships, and we ask America to remember their defeats in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. I would like to get your thoughts on the threats to the American ships, please, Hala. Hala, you got to unmute bottom left corner.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, like I said, if the U.S. decides to attack Lebanon with its navy, or well, it's most likely with its navy, he's saying that they are prepared for retaliation as well. I mean, he's threatening that there is a region that is in preparation, that he's reminding the Americans that they have interests on the ground in various countries in the Middle East, and these bases or these soldiers or these military installations or whatever they are will be and can be targeted if the Americans decide to expand by getting directly involved. Let's rewind a little bit. Let's go back to 1982 in Lebanon. After the Americans came to Lebanon, and they came supposedly, the pretext for them being there was to be neutral for both sides. At some point, the American or the U.S. forces decided to side with one sector of the Lebanese and interfere. When they interfered, there was an attack against the U.S. Marines and the French Marine because both of them had intervened, and the attacks was 240 U.S. Marines and I don't know, 100 and something plus French. He's reminding them that they've been in the region before, that when they attacked or when they intervened unfairly, unjustly, then they will get a retaliation, and it's the same kind of scenario here. He's not saying if they do anything to Gaza. He's saying if they try to attack Lebanon, Lebanon is prepared, and yes, it will have something. I mean, he's saying that they will retaliate against the Navy. I'm not military, so I have no idea what kind of weapons they have. But when he says things like that, he knows that he's able. Look, it's not a classical army against.
He actually stated it clearly. He said, "I tell the Americans that those who defeated you in the 1980s are still alive. Those who defeated you are still alive, and with them today are their children's and grandchildren." So that's a direct threat to the Americans, in my opinion. And I see this speech of a very high tonality. And
yeah, but Tarek, that's a threat that if the Americans choose to enact on, if they don't enact, then the Hezbollah forces are not going to act.
The threat was not only related to Lebanon, but it was also related to whatever's happening in Gaza. And he stated clearly that whatever is happening in Gaza is of control of the United States and not Israel, and only the United States can stop whatever's happening in Gaza, because Israel is nothing but a tool.
Yes, he's holding the U.S. responsible, obviously, because of the support it's provided since day one, and the fact that it's also blocking any UN resolutions to allow for a ceasefire or pause or humanitarian pause. So he blames them. But again, in the speech, he also says what we've been saying over the last couple of weeks, that basically Hamas has to survive as a resistance. That is Hezbollah and the axis of resistance boundary. Hamas is not allowed to be destroyed. And again, and when he refers to the grandchildren and those of 1982 that they're still around, yes, again, it's generation that have witnessed in the past, and this is what we're saying. Israel will always, in an indirect way, always, allows for fertile ground for the future generation that will grow up with anger and
it's important also, it's important to note, Mario, that his whole speech was directed to the U.S. and to the Western, to the European side. And
there's one detail we need to mention when we talk about his threats to the U.S., that he was responding when he said we received letters and messages that the US will attack us and attack Iran if Hezbollah dares to move in on a full war. So that's when his threat came to the US aircrafters. He's not saying that we're going to attack the US just because they're supporting Israel. He's saying if those messages are true, that they want to attack us and attack the Iran as well, that we are ready and we have something prepared for them.
So I've got okay, so I've written.
Can I come in on this?
Yeah, I'm going to read out the quotes just quickly, and whoever just jumped in, I'll give you the mic afterwards.
It's Chris.
Chris, yeah, I'll give you Chris. Hold on, Chris who? Oh, Chris, you. Sorry, Chris Doyle. I thought it was Chris Veripass. We have two Chris's. Let me just pin the key quotes. So we've got a lot. If you look at my profile, the team wrote a lot, but I got the quotes that I found to be the most important. I put them into a document. So let me pin that at the top. And let me just read out the few at the top, the ones I consider to be the most important. The possibility of the Lebanese front sliding into a wide battle is a realistic possibility. Israel must be concerned about the expansion of war and escalation. We are ready for US fleets to wish to threaten us. In the event of any regional war, your interests and soldiers will be the victim and the biggest loser. We have made preparations for the American ships, and we ask America to remember their defeats in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. We have made preparations for the American ships. Okay, I repeated it. America has sent us a message. They will bomb Iran if we continue. How dare you threaten our resistance? Your ships in the Mediterranean don't scare us, and be sure that we made preparations for them. I assure the Americans in case of regional war, the ships and the Air Force will pay a heavy price. Few more quotes. Our battle has not reached the stage of victory by knockout, but we are winning with points, which for me is a positive point because it means like going to be points, going to be long term.
Point, by the way. So this gives him more credibility that he knows his limits and he knows his powers, and he understands that this war will not just be a day or two or a month or two. It's going to be a very long war.
Yeah, let me read out three more quotes. We'll go to you, Chris. On the horizon, we are all fighting a battle of steadfastness. Our battle has not reached the stage of victory by knockout, and we will need time, but we are winning. We must work for Gaza to be victorious and for the resistance to be victorious in Gaza. I say to our people in Gaza and the West Bank and to all oppressed people, the patience will result in victory. So him mentioning patience, him talking about winning points, and I think there's another comment somewhere about this will take time. These are like I read these at the end, they were some of the last points, and these ones are more positive points out of it all. Chris, what's your take out of everything?
Well, thank you very much. I think actually in all our predictions, and you know how dangerous predictions are in the Middle East, I think we pretty much got it spot on. He didn't commit to any major new war, but he said all our options are open. And he didn't just have a message for the US. He had a message for multiple audiences here. He had a message to the Lebanese, aware of the criticisms that he's had there. He had a message to the region. Notice his words about the Arab states who couldn't get any aid into Gaza over Rafah. Very critical of them, and those who'd made deals with Israel. And he was also at times very defensive to the critics. So he answered the criticism that Hezbollah has done nothing by saying, we've been active since the 8th of October. We've been active in a way that has never been seen before, and the way that Israel has had to move a lot of capabilities to the north, away from Gaza. In other words, saying that already what they've done has somehow helped Gaza. I think that's very defensive. I don't think anyone really believes that what Hezbollah has done has in any way really helped Gaza. But it demonstrated that Nasrallah was keen to try to say that we're not doing nothing, that we're not inactive, when actually I think that it's been very, very low level. They have been wary of getting into that regional conflict. And the criticisms and the threats directed to the US are very much, if you do take any action. So I'm not sure that this was a speech saying, we want to go to war. And I think that is where the words of resilience and patience, in other words, don't expect us to do something right now, that very much comes in. So I think it was the sort of mix of threats, playing on fears, mocking in some ways, mocking the Israelis, how scared they are, that they couldn't even deal with this little strip of land, Gaza, mocking the Americans for all their past failures. But actually, I don't think we're that much clearer as to what Hezbollah will do over the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. He's left it ambiguous. He's left his options open, and I think that's very deliberate.
Yeah, can I just echo one point that Chris makes? I think it's really well said. I'm not denying tensions are really high. Like, I am very unsettled by the speech, right? We are in an unprecedented, he used the word unprecedented, right? We are in a very scary situation. But I think there's a difference between that and reverting to actual direct confrontation, right? From what I got from the speech, he was pretty clear in emphasizing what Hezbollah has been doing already, which is to divert resources and attention of Israeli forces away from Gaza to split them and to help Hamas that way. But does that still mean that Hezbollah still intends to get involved? It's not as clear for me, and I don't think there would have been this amount, as I said before the speech, fandom around the speech if there was really this intent. They would just start doing it. Why would they make such a big announcement of it? Maybe I'm not as understanding of Hezbollah as, say, Halep, but that's just from me looking at it from game theory and chess. You know what I mean? Like, why would you announce your move in such a publicized way? So for me, very scared of the tensions, and if things go still worse in Gaza, that we could still maybe see him reassess the situation. But for me, I do think what Chris said and others is pretty on point. It's it's not a direct immediate. They're wary of the American. They're scared of they're wary of the carrier strike group. They don't want America to do shit, and if they do, then they'll respond. But I don't know if they're going to do stuff before the Americans. We're at a bit of a standoff, I think, right now.
Alex, you were speaking earlier that one news came out, Alex, before going to Elad and Michael. Israel says no to ceasefire. So Netanyahu made it clear to Blinken that Israel is going to continue the military operation in Gaza with full force. He stressed that Israel refuses any temporary ceasefire that doesn't include release of hostages.
Mario,
we lost you.
Oh, I got muted. So what I was saying is that maybe Tarek, you can find the quotes where he talks about where Hezbollah, when Nasrallah mentions that if things, something along the lines that if this continues, if the operation in Gaza continues, we will escalate further. I'm not sure if there's any quotes that say this.
Yeah, he
but
actually
if you've got
mentioned this on like, this is when he spoke about the two main red lines. If whatever's happening in Gaza will continue, and if Israel would escalate what's happening on the northern border of Israel, then things would definitely escalate. So he mentioned those two red lines, and that he emphasized on the point that he will definitely, or Hezbollah will definitely do actions, and those 2 points are correlated with how hard those actions would be on the Israeli and the United States. And again,
love your thoughts,
guys,
Alex.
we're missing on one very important point, right? Which is his speech being addressed directly to the United States and not to Israel. He's not asking Israel to stop. He's asking the United States to stop whatever they are doing in Gaza using Israel.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right. And I think there's a reason for it, too. So I think it's been very clear from the government that you've heard, just in terms of the quotes Mario just gave now about not agreeing to a ceasefire, that being tied to the hostages, that you've got a very, hardline government that's taken a very hard policy stance on what it is that they're seeking to achieve, which in their mind, again, whether everybody thinks they can achieve or not, it's a different story. Let's just stick to what's been said and what we know is going on for right now. That they believe that they can demilitarize Hamas, which again would require that ground operation that we were talking about for weeks in here. And he hit the same red lines that we've been talking about, right? It's been, this core group that's been on this space every day since this kicked off right after the 7th. We've said the same thing, right? And I think we've all had an agreement on that. If there is a continuation of the ground offensive into Gaza, and that also turns into massive civilian casualties, and the humanitarian situation goes unaddressed, that those are red lines that I think most of the Arab states nearby couldn't stand by. And I think, Hezbollah made the same statement. So I think we got that very loud and clear from him today, and it's kind of what we expected. The reason I was saying I didn't think it was as inflammatory as it could have been is for a couple of reasons, and I'll try to be quick because I know there's a lot of speakers, Mario. He basically distanced himself from October 7th, as I mentioned before. Had nothing to do with it, didn't know anything about it. This was all Palestinian operation. And then, through the course of it, hey, the Iraqi militias have stepped up. The Yemeni folks have done stuff too. They've also launched, some ballistic missiles and rockets. Really proud of what they're doing. This was a great operation. But there wasn't that we're coming after you now if this doesn't stop today, right? It was like distance. I'm not responsible for everybody else. You listen to your own leaders. If you attack us, we're going to hit you back. It was, I mean, it was very kind of benign compared to how bad it could have been in terms of, hey, you know, we're going on the offensive. We've had enough of what we've seen. We've taken the time to prepare for this massive attack. Now, again, they're also not ones who are literally going to sit there and announce that they plan to attack on a press conference. But we also haven't seen indications they're preparing for that. And all the public statements released by most of the parties involved, including the U.S. the last couple of days, is that by all indications, the Iranians and, you know, Hezbollah don't want a major escalation. So from what I saw today and from what we've been hearing and the preparations and the level of violence we've seen on the battlefield, which still could escalate at any given time, don't get me wrong. One incident could spiral out of control, which is why it's still so dangerous, but it's not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Mario, just jump in because I need to pop out, unfortunately. I totally agree with Alex. I think that if we judge the speech by the bottom line, nothing has changed since before Nasrallah gave the speech and after. Situation is exactly the same. He keeps all of his options open. He's actually saying, let's wait and see. He does give somewhat of a vague red line saying that Hamas survival is in Lebanon's interest, which was an interesting thing to say. But I think he didn't mention anything specific that Hezbollah is willing to do in order to save Hamas if and when the time will come. So I think that if we were talking about a 50-50 chance, either he says we're going full force inside this war or we're not, I think he actually said that so far, in the meanwhile, Hezbollah is not going to de-escalate. It's not going to escalate the situation even further. It's interesting to say that while Nasrallah was speaking, the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, was speaking as well, and he said that a mistake by Nasrallah, again, it's a quote, a mistake by Nasrallah will cause an unimaginable price for Hezbollah and for Lebanon. So I think both sides are pretty deterred in an evenly fashion. I kind of brush off all of the threats and the rhetorics that we've heard from Nasrallah. There were a lot of contradictions. He said that Israel is weak and powerless, but again, he calls for a ceasefire. He said that America is backing Israel, and he was claiming that, rightly so, I think, that about a third of the Israeli armed forces are based in the northern border with Lebanon. But then again, he said that Israel is causing monstrous attacks in Gaza. So there were a lot of contradictions. I would
I'm interested
to brush them off.
to get your opinion on how is it contradicting when he's asking for ceasefire on civilians versus stating that Israel actually asked for the U.S. military and financial support since day one, proving that it's a weak country.
No, I'm thinking that when he talks about the Palestinian and Hamas will be the winners, and this war will end by Israel losing, or the Palestinians will win, and then he's been advocating for a ceasefire and calling the Muslim countries to act in order to have a ceasefire.
These messages are not really aligned. Is limited to civilians, right? It's not limited to Hamas. It's not an open war between Hamas and Israel. What
he didn't, but Tarek, he didn't say what we called even yesterday and today a humanitarian pause or a truce or any humanitarian corridors. He was talking about a ceasefire, about the end of fighting, which is different. And again, I don't want to really get into that. There were other contradictions, and it's typical, and it's not only Nasrallah's doing. Other leaders have been talking with two different voices at the same time. I'm just saying that and emphasizing that in order for us not to take everything that was said as it is. I think that we'll be judging them by the actions, and by that I think that nothing has actually changed since even before Nasrallah has spoken, and even now he keeps his options open, and I'll be very interested in seeing whether he stands by his red line saying that the survival of Hamas is in Lebanon's interest. How much will he be willing to risk in order to guarantee that Hamas will stay in power? That's a question yet to be answered.
I would like to go to Hala for this because I think Hala have studied Hezbollah for a long time now. What do you think, Hala, about this? Does Sayed Hassan usually stand by his word, and does he apply what he promises, or would he just give up on Hamas one day?
Hala, I'll ask the question differently, Hala. if Hezbollah wanted to escalate, how would they do it? And by the way, Charles, I see you're coming up. I can't accept speakers, but I can co-host you because speaker panels are full, but I have one co-hosting spot. So accept that, Charles. It's on your screen. I see you requesting. Hala, if Hezbollah wanted to declare war, how would they do it? They would not just say we're declaring war, because there's no element of surprise if they do that.
They never sort of declare war as everyone thinks that, we declare war. Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm declaring war. It's not the way it works. War happens by, look, they started initially within five clicks from the Lebanese border. Up to last night, there were about 15 or 16 clicks. If they wanted to expand this war, it will mean hitting deeper areas in Israel. But that's all related also to how far Israel wants to go in Lebanon. And it's a tit for tat. For every attack by Israel, Hezbollah defines it and then reattacks according to this sort of, if you want, unwritten understanding between the two groups at the moment, who really, both of them, do not want a full-fledged war. However, they're both willing to go if necessary. So how will they declare war? It doesn't happen in a day. It's expanding. This is what we've seen so far in the last 2 weeks. It will continue to expand if that's what he needs to do. But again, I reiterate, they will only do that if they feel that Hamas is about to be destroyed, which at the moment does not look like is the case. And Mario, there is another expert who would maybe expand on this even further, Elijah. I wish you'd invite him to speak.
Yeah, Mario. So also part of what he said regarding the Lebanese border, he has said that if we look at what's happening on the border objectively, we will find that it's very important and significant. And he highlighted the fact that that the Lebanese front relieved a large portion of the forces of the Israeli forces that were to be used in Gaza's attack, and that's 1/3 of the Israeli army. Mario, you're muted. Mario. Okay, I'd like to go to
Just
Michael's.
trying to. Yeah, go, Mike. I want to go. There's a lot of hands up. We haven't heard from Colonel. We haven't heard from James and Michael. I'm actually going to go, Michael. I'm just going to go quickly to James and then go to you, Michael. James, because you've been covering this in the back end with us and helping us out, taking some of the key notes. What I'm trying to figure out is if there is no ceasefire, because remember, Netanyahu said pretty clearly or very explicitly, he said that there will be no ceasefire and they'll be continuing their operation in Gaza with full force. So I'm just quoting him here, with full force. So was there any indication from Hezbollah that if this does not de-escalate, they'll be getting involved further or no?
Thank you, Mario. Yeah, as I said in the back group, I was very scared about the speech until the last part of the speech. Until he started talking about the fact that it takes time, it takes more.
That was exactly. That was the best.
Us resisting, it takes us being calm. The speech in itself is very scary. He distanced himself at the beginning. He said, "You guys in the Arab countries need to do more for Palestine, for the cause, for all of us Arab." And then he went into his casual explanation of what happened. That's what he does every time. He goes in deep explanation, and then he reached the place where he started talking. The moment he started talking about what the Muqawam is gonna do, what the Islamic resistance is gonna do, and what's their plan, I got very scared. Like every single statement he said was escalating level after level. But then he started talking about Afghanistan, about people staying a long time, taking resilience, taking time, which shows that he actually, and that's a very good speech for his supporters, for the group of people that are behind him, because it's a speech that shows them that he's gonna take his time, he's gonna be smart, but it's gonna be a slow war. But he entered the final phase. They are gonna attack Israel. It's not gonna be tomorrow, maybe it's not gonna be in 3 days, it's not gonna be in a week or a month or a year. It can be in 10 years, but they are in that phase. They're gonna keep getting small wins until they get an opening to reach their goal, which is destroy the state of Israel. And that's the good part. The good part is that
their goal. Hold on, James. What do you mean? Their goal is to destroy the state of Israel, or their goal is to protect Lebanon?
No, the goal of Israel of those Iranian militias.
Oh, okay. Okay, depends which one, but okay, I thought you were talking about Hezbollah. Okay, the Hamas and others. Okay.
No, in general. Yeah, but Hezbollah is the head of it. It's the head of it in the sense of, even though he said they are independent, he's still the biggest resistance
He
force.
distanced.
Iran is
He
the country.
distanced. This is for the record. He distanced. He distanced Iran. He distanced. Like I agree. I think this analysis is good, Mike. I'm just gonna give you some quick thoughts and go to you right after. But I'm with you there. Like, so I started at the beginning. I'm like, perfect. This is good. When he distanced himself, I was relaxed. I'm like, this is great. And then he's going on about, you know, making different points and garnering support. Great. Then he came to the last part. I'm like, all right, he's gonna dig into it. And then I think there was one stage in the back channels, everyone was really, really concerned. And if there wasn't that last part, and I've got the whole quotes, everything there. So when he starts saying things like the Islamic resistance, so they're waging different battle in terms of its titles, tools, and targets. That said that they talk about it being they kind of indicate. I'm trying to find. Our daily operations on the border make the enemy a deterrent. Threats and intimidation against us, the resistance fighter in our region, are of no use. Oh no, this is the key points. I'll find them in a bit. But essentially, what you said, they're de-escalating it. So yes.
Can I point out one?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Just one. The analogy, Hassan Nasrallah is very smart. He's someone that he wouldn't have been where he is if he's not very smart. But the analogy that he brought between the US involvement in Afghanistan and the way this war is going is very important, because in the region, it's believed that the Taliban won the Afghan war. Even after all those years, they consider it a win. And the fact that he used the fact that they kept fighting for so long, and that at the end of the day, the US backed out. They went out of that conflict. Proves that this fight, the fight that we are going into as a region, it's not good for the region. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It's not good for the region. There is a war coming, but it's going to be a long war. It's not going to be something that's going to be an explosion.
I found the quotes. We'll go to Michael. Our battle has not reached the stage of victory by knockout, but we are winning with points. On the horizon, we are all fighting a battle of steadfastness. Our battle has not reached the stage of victory by knockout, and we still need time, but we are winning. This is exactly what we'd be looking for. We still need time, but we will win with points. This is how we won in 2006 in Gaza. This is how the resistance in the West Bank achieved achievements. I said our people in Gaza. So essentially, this is it. He's just talking for patience. He even says, we bear responsibility, and our steadfastness and patience will result in certain victory, God willing. So essentially, that last part changed, changed the entire speech. Kind of everything he said, it kind of got diminished in that last section. Michael, I'd love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Mario and Tarek and others for having me back. It's awesome that you guys are keeping these spaces up. I mean, we had like an 8-hour pause to sleep, and here we all are, discussing the big speech here. Look, I think this is, to me, and I'll be quick here and I'll let other people weigh in, but to me, this is kind of a nothing burger. I think I know people talk a lot about the emotion with which he was talking, and he was clearly very passionate about what he was saying. But look, I think the decision to call October 7th 100% Palestinian is definitely an effort to message to the U.S., which we all agree was kind of the direct recipient of his speech, like, hey, we weren't involved with that. And then I think a couple other things I wanted to point out in the speech as far as where we could see escalation or what we could see next. I came in yesterday 50-50 on whether or not Hezbollah specifically, again, the group specifically, would, step up its involvement as defined by, really committing forces over the border and that kind of thing. I think right now I'm, 60-40 or 70-30 against the fact that Hezbollah will do something like that. And I think if you look at his speech closely, there are several references to these Shia militia groups in Iraq. Specifically, he said the decision of the Islamic resistance in Iraq to attack U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria is wise. And I think when we talk about where we could see escalation or where we could see Hezbollah, influence the picture, if they do so in a much more minimal way than everybody was talking about yesterday, to me it would be, influencing some of these other militias in Iraq and Syria to step up their attacks. I think the fact that he praised the Islamic resistance in Iraq several times, I think is a bit of an indicator there to me that he's sort of passing the buck a little bit, right? He's saying, look, Hezbollah proper may not get more involved, at least not for now, but hey, our brothers and sisters in Iraq, whatever, go crazy. I think, and that could, tie in to me with some of the concerns we were talking about regarding, how the Iraqis were feeling yesterday. So to me, that's where I would be looking. I think even if Hezbollah wanted to escalate, which I don't think they will do in Lebanon or Israel, I think it would be via trying to influence those militia groups to do more in Iraq and Syria. And so that would be kind of my focus. But overall, I actually think the speech was kind of de-escalatory, and I think it was kind of trying to send a clear signal to the U.S. that, look, all of Hezbollah's actions here are going to be contingent upon, he threw out those if-then statements a lot of times on all these other things that happen. And I think he made it very clear that he has no interest, unilaterally in sort of pushing the ball forward, at least for now. And that's kind of how I'm seeing it, Mario.
I'd like to just jump in on what Michael said, because I think it's quite important. For me personally, the rhetoric is sort of, we don't necessarily want to do more, but you guys, i.e. the Iraqi entity, if you want to do something, go ahead, And as I keep saying, my biggest worry, because I don't know enough about it, is the Syrian element, the Syrian factions, some of the other lesser known Iranian proxies, right? Could some of them decide to do stuff because they've got less to lose than Hezbollah? And then the other point I just wanted to make is about, I think Alex made a good draw to it, which is that, it's dependent upon Israel's goals. I think Hezbollah was sort of saying, a large proportion of the ball is in your court. Depending upon what your objectives are, if you really want to eradicate Hamas, and cause unnecessary damage in Gaza more than you already have done, if you really want to cause a mass exodus of Palestinians into the Sinai and cause a destabilization humanitarian-wise, that is very different from just accepting that you're not going to get rid of Hamas, entering into negotiations, trying to talk about some kind of drawdown and a alteration in government. That's very different sort of thing. So I think Hezbollah is saying, depending upon what you do, Israel, we're going to do something in kind. So we're definitely not over, but it was an interesting speech.
He barely highlighted on the fact that the Iraqi and Syrian resistance are attacking the American bases, while he shed the light on what will Lebanon do and what would Islamic resistance in Lebanon do if this continues. He just stated that the Americans are the one running the war in Gaza, and they must pay the price for their aggressions. And here is where he highlighted what is happening in Syria and Iraq. Do you still believe that he does not want to intervene in this fight? And I have another question. What do you think about how much he highlighted on the secrecy of this operation, and that it was 100% Palestinian made? The planning was 100% Palestinian made, and they kept it from all allies, especially all axes that were that might be involved, like Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hezbollah in Iraq, and other countries.
I'll answer your second question first by saying, I will defer to Hala and other people who are specifically experts on Hezbollah and the factions involved. I look at this from a very macro scale and how it has a knock-on effect to other actors, right? Big picture. But I personally think that it's. Could you remind me of the question again? Sorry, I'm not very well. So
yeah, I just wanted to understand your thoughts about the secrecy and the importance of the secrecy of this.
Well, that's one of the biggest questions for me throughout all of this thing. I would like to, when this thing hopefully dials down to a decent enough level of calmness, I would like to understand and study into more how much other entities knew what Hamas was going to do. I'm still very interested in the first week. If you remember, Mario, we had those conversations about the Iranian meetings with Hamas and Hezbollah, supposedly in Lebanon or around that area. I want to know how much of a role both entities had in Hamas's actions, whether or not they knew Hamas was going to do what it did, the successes that it was going to go to. These questions are the ones that are most lingering in my mind. But it's clear to me, I think, Hezbollah didn't expect Hamas to go as far as it did, or if it did try to do something, that it was as successful as it did. And that's why I think you've seen the Iranians through diplomatic messaging tacitly, subliminally saying, we're not fully behind this, we're distancing ourselves a little bit, we've got our own responsibilities, reputation, preservation to keep in mind. So that's that. A lot more questions there that I'd like to try and understand. And then to your other question about could they still escalate, Well, I mean, Hezbollah has been involved. They said so themselves. They've been involved. But as I also emphasized, I think it's interesting that he made a specific reference to Arab nations doing more economic coercive measures, so sanctions, reduction of oil provision. I think that that's really interesting because for me, if you're emphasizing or encouraging the use of non-kinetic military means, it illustrates you don't want to use kinetic military means, i.e. conventional warfare. There is a prioritization there in terms of what you would like to do.
Makes sense.
That doesn't mean Hezbollah couldn't still get involved, and I'm still obviously very concerned by that, and it could still escalate depending upon what the Israelis and the Americans and others decide.
Thank you for that, Kurt. I'd like to jump to Muslim. Muslim, I'd like to have your thoughts on what about the speech and what could be the next steps. Muslim, are you there? Left.
I want to go. Let me go to.
Hello.
Yeah, he's here.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening from Kuala Lumpur. Thank you, Mario, for having me. I believe this speech is a signal that Hezbollah is involved in this war, but probably not in a full scale. Of course, Hezbollah getting involved in a full scale means a big regional war. And it's important to look at what Hamas is expecting from Hezbollah, since Hamas is leading a fight in Gaza. I believe they are doing very well on the battlefield, although there is an ongoing genocide in a parallel situation where Israel is bombing hospitals, houses, etc. But on the battleground, Hamas fighters are doing very well. And after 1 week of direct fighting in Beit Hanun, Beit Lahia, and north of Gaza, Israel has not been able to gain ground and has lost dozens of its special forces. So for Hezbollah to go all out in this ongoing war, I believe it has to be based upon their own tactical calculations and other considerations. But of course, their role in southern Lebanon since the start of this war has been a significant contribution to the ongoing struggle in Gaza. Israel's Northern Command is fully engaged at the border points. Israeli settlers in the north are unable to live in peace. Many had to be evacuated or to be sent to bunkers. So the role that Hezbollah has been playing is good enough as
they're distracting.
Of now.
So
They're
distracting. They're distracting Israel. So their strategy is very tactical. They're distracting. I've just written my thoughts, and I've gone through some of the key points. And you know, my initial thought, especially the ending of it, changes the concerns that I had significantly. So the way I've structured it, and I've just posted it as well, kind of put my thoughts in writing. The way I've looked at it is that it started off as fine. Let me go through the points here. There it is. So the speech started positively. So they distanced themselves. That was probably the most important point. When that happened, I was very chill. I even started tuning out. And, you know, you could tune out at the beginning. It's a long speech. And then when he started, so when you get to the last part, now, Hadi said you didn't say that. It was you or someone else that said that that Hassan might barely talk about the war, and instead he'll be focusing on the martyrs and the event. Instead, the whole speech was about the war. So that's why I got concerned. And when he started making the threats to U.S. forces, that got me worried. That was probably the part that got me really concerned. And in the group, I won't name names, but a lot of people were really concerned. And then when he starts talking about regional war, that got worrying. But I'm going to read a quote. He said, "Whoever wants to prevent a regional war must hasten to stop this aggression." So essentially, he's not threatening a regional war. If anything, he's doing the opposite. He's like, "I don't want a regional war. We should try to de-escalate the situation." So if you add that with the first part where he says Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, which is the October 7th event, was decided 100% Palestinian. Its implementation was 100% Palestinian, and its owners hid it from everyone. So they've distanced themselves. And then he said, whoever wants to prevent a regional war must hasten to stop this aggression. And then lastly, which is by far the most important thing, and James, you mentioned it, when he talks about, I'm going to read out the quote, "On the horizon, we are all fighting where is it? We are all fighting a battle of steadfastness. Our battle has not reached a stage of victory by knockout, and we still need time, but we are winning." essentially, to me, it means we're going to continue the same tit for tat. We don't want to be further escalated. We don't want to be dragged into this. We had nothing to do with October 7th. We don't want the massacres happening in Gaza, and we don't want that war to continue. We want to help the civilians, but we don't want to be dragged into it. That's how I understand it. And for me, what we would expect moving forward is more of the same. That's my 2 cents. I'm not sure what Chris and Veripas think.
I would actually like to jump to Aliyah, who's an expert in Hezbollah and would help us analyze further Sayed Hassan Nasrallah's speech. Aliyah, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, hi. Would you please tell us your thoughts about this, because you've been doing this for a while now, and we'd like to know your thoughts on that.
Thank you for having me. I would not say that Sayed Nasrallah was trying to influence the Syrian or the Iraqi or the Yemeni. I don't think he was sending any unusual threat to the Americans. I don't think he was giving any ultimatum, neither putting red lines, and I don't think he was doing any of all that. He was directing a clear message, above all, to those who understand him the most, who are the Israelis. And I will explain myself. First of all, since the 8th of October, and I've written that for the last 2 weeks and a few days ago, that on the 8th of October, Hezbollah started the war. And those who follow Hezbollah closely and understand the military aspect of the exchange and the war between Hezbollah and Israel, we understand that it is Hezbollah who started the war, not Israel, for the first time in the history. Secondly, Hezbollah moved the war into the Israeli territory for the first time and was fighting the Israelis on their position and not in Lebanese territory, in the Lebanese occupied territory perhaps, but then it has extended from 2 kilometers to 5 kilometers. And yesterday was very special because it went to 17 kilometers, because last night the Israeli killed 2 shepherds in the Wazani area by a gunfire, and then this is why Hezbollah retaliated.
Elijah, can you hear me? What period are you talking about right now? Which one are you referring to?
I'm talking about from the 8th of October until yesterday.
Okay. So there's now this. Okay.
Yeah, there is a rule of engagement, unspoken rule of engagement, that Hezbollah has imposed on Israel for the first time. And this rule of engagement is, let us fight within 2 kilometers. And the Israelis respected that, saying that they don't want to enlarge the conflict. And then Hezbollah went to 5 kilometers. And then Hezbollah fought along the 100 to 120 kilometers between Lebanon and Israel. That never happened before, showing the capability of Hezbollah to maintain 19 simultaneous attacks along the borders. And the last what Hezbollah did is attacking with kamikaze drone with a high quantity of explosive to also indicate to the Israelis, we have more missiles and more weapons to use, but we are not going to use it now. It's something that goes gradually. In all the previous wars, Hezbollah never banned the steps. It goes gradually because it understands that it's important not to drive the Israelis crazy and push them out of their limit, as Hezbollah did on the 7th of October. The main message that Nasrallah was saying is that was a Palestinian decision. And why that is important? It's because he's saying we were not consulted. And by not being consulted, it's because every member of the axis of the resistance, and we're here talking about the Palestinians, Hezbollah, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, including Iran, they need to understand their position and their capability and the circumstances that can push them or not to be involved in this war. Now, it is not time to criticize Hamas from Nasrallah's point of view. On the contrary, he praised Hamas and what Hamas has did, quoting all the injustice that the Palestinians have gone through. However, again, he's saying to the Israelis something very important. At the end of the speech, he said, you've killed a few civilians, you have to be careful, because the Israelis yesterday killed 2 civilians, and they were shot and they were killed occasionally. So he's reminding the Israelis not to go beyond the rules of engagement. Now, for Hezbollah, militarily speaking, Hezbollah managed to attract to itself 3 divisions out of 9 of the Israelis. He attracted himself the Nahal, the Nergati, and all the Israeli special forces. That's also an achievement from Hezbollah's point of view, that has removed part of the division that Israel has allocated now, 5 only to Gaza, and really doesn't need 5, because Gaza, 360 square kilometers, doesn't need so many personnel in it. Also,
okay, but now we are sure that the Gaza operation is inevitable, right? So when would we see the next step from Hezbollah?
So Gaza,
every day is the next step. Hezbollah is in the war since the 8th of October, and is going to continue engaging and diverting the attention of the Israelis. You see, there are moves that Hezbollah
would it be limited to this? Because in the part of his speech, he stated that we will not be limited, or we will not limit ourselves to the Lebanese borders. What did he mean by this?
Well, first of all, we all understand what he said, that the objectives Israel has made, that are 2 objectives: free all the captives, to destroy Hamas. Because these 2 objectives are not possible to achieve by military action, therefore it is not going to be the end of Hamas. And in consequences, Hezbollah doesn't need to go in all-out war against Israel. It needs to make sure that all the 3 divisions and the special forces are there, that the Israelis can see the Radwan Hezbollah special forces along the border, afraid of these to cross, and this is why the Israeli evacuated 50,000 people.
Yeah.
And they are the one occupying all the settlement along the borders. And they, not only that, why Hezbollah has increased the type of weapons is because the Israelis withdrew 3 kilometers from the borders, and Hezbollah did the same. And now they need to use weapons that can reach beyond the 3 kilometers.
So what do you, is there anything, Elijah, I want to just get Chris's thoughts as well. Chris, Elijah's given a great analysis, and one that's also reassuring. And I see Elijah's aligned with all other speakers so far, that this isn't...
Maria, can I just remind you that Blinken's just arrived in Israel at the time of speaking?
Yes.
So whilst all this is happening, he's actually just arrived, which could be quite
No,
interesting.
he arrived a while ago, before the speech. And there's already, there's already, that's so good. And there's already that came out with a comment during the speech that Israel will continue their attack, and they continue their operation full scale, and they're not open for a ceasefire. So that came out during Hezbollah's speech. I'll go to Chris. Chris, I appreciate your patience. Your thoughts on this, what's been discussed so far. I want to see if anybody, like, if you could poke holes in what we've said, and if there's anything that kind of points to something we missed that should make us a bit more concerned than we are.
No, I don't think there is, actually. I think it was, I'll repeat, I think it was a speech pretty much along the lines I expected. But I think just to comment here a little bit about the Hamas part and the way that he very clearly distanced himself. There's also an element, just a touch of a hint there of potential criticism of Hamas that we didn't know, therefore not bound to take action given what you've done. He didn't say it explicitly, but I think it does linger there in the background. And remember that Hezbollah and Hamas haven't always agreed with each other. They had a falling out over Syria. So I just wondered to what extent, there is behind the scenes a certain degree of frustration here that Hezbollah is being dragged into the situation, not of its own choosing. It's having to issue a certain degree of threats and demonstrate that it has capabilities to intimidate and deter both Israel and the United States. But it's not necessarily so happy with all that has happened.
Yeah, I'm just going through the. Hadi, are you there?
May I come in? With
go ahead.
Sure,
go ahead.
For a second, just a second, Hadi. Several things, Chris. First, I mean, there's been this repeat throughout that he was distancing himself. He did not distance himself. And if you understand what he's trying to say, is he's trying to say that these groups also have a space and independence to work and decide when they are. Now, let's go back to this actual Hamas incursion. This has been in the making and the plan for the last 2-3 years, probably. And if you think that this was just purely planned by Hamas on its own, without outside help, i.e. militarily training, equipment, weaponry, both knowledge, know-how, expertise, from Hezbollah and from Iran, then we're being very naive. Now, did they know 0 hour? No, that's the surprise factor. That's what he's trying to say. And I don't think, maybe he did, but he's not going to say it, but the rest didn't. So the plan has been in the making for a while, with the knowledge that something will happen at some point. I mean, even Hamas was surprised when they crossed at how far they could go, because their initial plan was to go in. Their initial plan was to go in about 1,500 clicks or something. They had military targets, military installations, and the list of people. They maybe wanted 20 to 30, let's say 40 military Israelis to bring back and to then exchange for prisoners. The fact that they went in and it became very easy, or they found it very easy, they expanded. This was a surprise to Hamas as much as it was a surprise. And then there were the others flowed in, and there were some acts and there were some crimes committed. This was a surprise for both Hamas and for Hezbollah. They had already planned, if their plan had gone in accordance to what they had planned, they had already planned for an Israeli retaliation. But given what happened on the 7th, the surprise factors that came out on the 7th, the retaliation is much bigger.
Hala, he has also mentioned that all the people who were killed by Hamas were soldiers, and civilians who were killed, Israeli civilians who were killed, were only killed by the Israeli forces. Do you have any comment on that?
I mean, I would say, I mean, I have seen some videos, and there's no two ways that some civilians were killed, and no, not by Israelis. They were actually shot, in their homes, and the videos are there, very, very, very obvious and very clear.
Why do you think that someone responsible?
We cannot deny that.
Yeah,
but
perfect.
my point is, when Hamas crossed other groups, look, Hamas's core is very well trained and disciplined. They will cross and they will have instructions to what to carry out and what to do. A lot of other people, when Hamas crossed and they found that this was a very open area and very easy to come in, a lot of other little groups, maybe not so much disciplined, also crossed. I'm not trying to justify. I'm just trying to explain that this went beyond anybody's initial plan, and there were people that went in and did commit crimes. And I think that's what he's trying to refer to, but without. And at the moment, he's in a situation where there's a war going on against Hamas and Gaza. He's not there to point fingers and to criticize, like Elijah said. These will come perhaps later, one-to-one, or maybe through some of the meetings that they've done. But we cannot deny that these crimes did take place, and this brought back a retaliation far greater than what was anticipated in the first place.
Hadi, I saw your hand up. Do you want to reply back to this? Do you think that someone responsible at the level of Sayed Hassan Nasrallah would actually state something like this without him being sure of what he's saying?
So let's make things clear. He did not say. He said that most. No, he didn't say specifically that what he was talking about mainly.
No, he said
yeah,
all.
But no, he's talking about basically mainly the ones from the event and the ones with the burnt cars and all that, because there have been reports that they were shot by Israeli tanks and the other ones were in the middle of confrontation from the Israeli army. And these are the specific ones he's talking about. He's not talking about the things from the operation itself. He's talking about this, like the big number of what Israel is calling civilians in his words. And then he said that a lot of the people that Hamas killed, and you're calling them civilians, time will show that they were also soldiers on the reserves, not reserves, I don't know, but they are also part of what they call the IDF. This is what he meant. There's two parts of it. He's not saying that all of them were killed by the Israelis. And I just
makes sense.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. No, he's not here anymore. I wanted to ask Griff something. It's fine.
That's right. So guys, does that essentially, did he just give a green light for Israel to do whatever they want? And like Israel just kind of gave him the finger. They've literally announced while he's giving his speech that they will not slow down their operation, and they're going to go full force.
I can explain that. He knows. I mean, what do you expect Israel to come out and say, "Oh, we listened to Sayed Hassan Nasrallah, and now we're going to back out"? We know
No, but not to do it at the same time he's speaking. Say, hey, we're going full force while he's speaking. Like it's like they're embarrassing him almost.
No, there's no. Personally, I'm talking personally. I mean, I never expected anything less from Israel. Of course, they're not gonna stop Mario. This is like an
No, and I'm not saying I never said to stop. I said you don't make a statement saying we're gonna pay full force. Like, don't stop, keep doing what you're doing. But not what Hassan Nasrallah saying. By the way, the media's putting out like just making fun of him. He's like boring or whatever, calling him boring. But they're like, while Hassan Nasrallah's giving that great speech, all the people are there like, yeah, we're gonna continue going on full force and there will be no ceasefire, which is all what Hassan Nasrallah is asking for. Nasrallah is asking for a ceasefire. He's asking for de-escalation for a ceasefire. And then while he's speaking, IDF is like, hey, we're not gonna go with a ceasefire.
Yeah, but he wasn't.
Yeah,
he
but
wasn't.
that's
He
typical.
wasn't
That's part of the
actually.
PR
He
war
wasn't
between both of
actually
them.
directing his speech to Israel. He was directing his speech to the United States, which he believes that it is the entity that's responsible for whatever's happening in Gaza, and he does not really care about what Israel is going to decide about that, because he does have this belief that whatever's going in Gaza, whatever's going on in Gaza, is U.S. made.
May
I
I
think
jump
I think
in?
both I think both Mario and Hadi are right though in different ways, and I think that Mario, you're right. The timing of the Israelis saying that while the speech is going on, of course, that's a bit of a signal to say, hey, look, you know, we're not really scared of you guys at this point. Again, it's what they would have said anyway, but you know, sure, yeah, maybe they say that during the speech to add a little bit of spice, you know, add a little bit of pizzazz there. And I think to Hadi's point, look, the key thing here, we all agreed on this, you know, earlier in the space when we were kind of providing our initial analysis. This speech was definitely directed at the U.S., as Hadi is saying, and that's why the fact that Nasrallah went out of his way to talk about the fact that, look, this was a Palestinian event, and you know we weren't involved in this, is a way to try to tell the U.S., look, we're not, you know, don't let that blow back on us as far as the U.S. response. And that's why it's important. I understand that socially and everything like that, right? He wants to make sure that there's, you know, he's showing solidarity with the Palestinian people and all that. But that comment, especially in the context of the fact that these remarks were clearly directed at the U.S., I think is important.
May I jump in for a second?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
First of all,
you dropped off.
Yeah, I think you got muted. Noga was here as well. I would have loved to get Noga.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so when the Americans announced they sending 2 carriers to the Middle East, just a few minutes later, the Iraqi resistance attacked the US bases in Ain al-Assad. So this tit for tat, these small messages always exist in the war. This is not something new. Moreover, the Americans are already in Syria and in Iraq. Hezbollah doesn't need to attack them. Sayed Nasrallah was sending just a small message. Because we know that these Hezbollah have the Akhund missile that is supersonic surface to surface. They can hit Navy, they can hit ships, they can close the Haifa harbor. They're just sending a message to the Americans by saying, we don't need to fight, keep away. And the Americans don't want to fight. The Americans want to support the Israelis to achieve some of their objectives until they are satisfied, because Israel cannot stop now. It is the deterrence that Hamas has imposed, the lack of security that Hamas imposed on Israel and all the settlers in the Gaza envelope cannot be just wiped out like that. Otherwise, nobody will return to the area. So Israel needs to do something.
Yeah, I agree with you.
This was my point. This was my point yesterday, though, just really quickly. This was my point yesterday, that everyone is so focused on southern Lebanon and Hezbollah proper. But I agree kind of with Elijah that the place where things could escalate is in Iraq and Syria. And if we're already seeing additional attacks there, that would just underscore that point. And that would also support why multiple times in the speech, Nasrallah referred to the Islamic resistance in Iraq very positively. He said that, you know, attacks on U.S. bases there, I think he used the term were wise. So I think that's where I'm most concerned here going forward. It's not so much Lebanon.
Yeah, I would like to go to Craig, and I have a question, specific question for you, Craig. Sayed Hassan also highlighted the fact that Israel asked for financial and military help since day one, and he highlighted that is that the country, the strong country that everyone is bragging about? that asks for financial help and military help from the U.S. the first day on war. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, sorry, I heard aircraft carrier and I came running. So in regards to financial aid for countries that are strong, not strong, et cetera, et cetera. Number one, it's nice to have friends in high places, right? It's nice to have friends who can back you up when you need to be backed up, right? So in terms of whether or not the country's strong or not, or, is not strong enough, clearly it's strong enough to eradicate Hamas, right? Which it's going to do, right? It's a quote unquote regional superpower, right? That's what Israel is. So if you're saying that if asking for help is not a sign of strength, I would actually say it is a sign of strength, because you have friends that can give you the help that you need when you need it. So if you don't have that, I consider you weak, right? If it's just you all by yourself, you're kind of like, weak, right? But if you have friends that can give you what you need, that means that you're strong, right? So it's 1 + 1.
Yeah, this is not the question, actually. It's asking friends for what you need from day one is the a highlight of Sayed Hassan on that particular point.
Yeah, no, that's a fair question to ask. But again, I would just have to give you my previous answer, which is it's nice to have friends in high places.
Makes sense. I'd like to jump to
Tariq, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I have a question for you before I go to Syrian Gold and others. In our back channels, you saw the messages during the speech, and I won't name people, but everyone's like, I can go to the messages right now, and like say, holy shit, this is bad, this is escalation, this is really bad. And I'm like sitting there, I'm freaking out. I've never listened to any Hezbollah speech. And like everything, this is bad, this is crazy, shit, this is escalation, this is a lot worse. Let me see, hold on. It will be a long positional war. Okay, let me see, hold on. I'll read some of the comments. But then now suddenly they're all eased up. It's like nothing. It's not really that bad.
Actually, I
the tone, like, look at this. The tone, this one here, there's a message here. The tone is insane. But I was just sitting there worried. Shit, holy shit. So I don't get how like, and I'm looking at those. I'm like, okay, shit. Does he not usually say those? Because I've never heard.
Yeah, actually, yeah. The point is that he's the only person, I believe, currently in our era who has the guts to threaten the United States, right? Like, and he did it.
I mean, he's the only one. Hold on, what do you mean he's the only one? Iran does it. Makes a living threatening the U.S. North Korea makes a living.
Obviously,
Putin threatens nuclear weapons. Putin threatens nuclear weapons on the West.
When? Who?
What? Putin hints at nuclear weapons. Him and his group, not directly, but he says he moves nuclear weapons.
Exactly. So what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a direct threat. Right, I'm talking about a very direct, blunt threat that's happening for the first time.
But what do you mean? You got all these, but you got all these Islamic groups make threats all the time against the U.S.
No, this is not true.
Al Qaeda doesn't make threats against the U.S. ISIS doesn't make threats against the U.S.
Not direct threats. I've never listened to any direct threats, and the only time we've seen any actions and not an actual threat was.
Have you heard of? I don't know. Have you heard of 9/11? Like you're talking like Hezbollah's done. Like I understand.
9/11 is not 9/11 was not a threat, right? It was an action that has been made, right? It's a terrorist action that has been made. But
there was many threats. Hold on, guys.
So, Mario.
Hold on, Hala, 2 seconds. Hold on, 2 seconds.
Are both big terrorist organizations. Making threats from them is neither here nor there. It's expected. You cannot equate those to the kind of threat that, for example, you cannot equate those groups to Hezbollah or Nasrallah in his making of threats. They're two different things. That's what Tariq's trying to say. No one in the Arab region, if you want, from groups or has ever made such threats directly to the U.S.
Again, Iran, they're doing it as we speak on a regular basis.
No,
yeah, and again, Nasrallah wasn't as outward with those threats as I think you guys are interpreting them to be. He used conditional statements like 6 or 7 different times, and I think it was much less a over direct threat than it was to say, look, if these couple of things happen, we will, consider taking X, Y, or Z actions. It wasn't.
And Michael, it wasn't a threat to not even a threat to the U.S. You didn't say we're going to go to your homeland and destroy your attack your citizens and destroy your bases. Right. He's talking about the warships. He's talking about the warships that are already on the border.
But exactly.
But again, to your point, Mario, whether you're talking about non-state actors or regional actors, you go back over the last decade. Iran has alluded to destroying U.S. warships in the Persian Gulf before. We've had this happen before, and that's why I just don't think that this is as concerning or as direct of a threat as it's being made out to be. I understand he alluded to U.S. forces and he alluded to making these attacks, but I'm not as convinced that it's groundbreaking for the reasons you say, Mario. We've seen this before, and we've seen it from nation states. We've seen it from other Arab states in the past. We've seen it from Iran in the past. So I mean, I understand
other Arab states, and we haven't seen this from Iran this direct. The only time we've seen this is the actions that we have seen are through terrorist groups in 9/11 and in 1980s when it happened in Lebanon. But we haven't seen anyone that comes out and speaks and threatens directly the American Navy forces with direct threats.
I don't know. Michael, can someone give us examples of threats made against the U.S. military? Because for me, it's like a regular thing. I just don't see it to be that major.
That's my opinion as well, and it's okay if if Tarek and I agree to disagree or whatever. But yeah, I'm just not seeing this as the groundbreaking direct threat that it's being made out to be. I understand that he did reference U.S. forces in the speech. I agree with that. I'm not denying that. My point is just that, right, this is the kind of stuff that we have seen in previous, dust-ups in regional tension before, when the U.S. and Iran got into, kind of an escalation cycle in 2019. And then again, you saw statements like this being bandied about by different.
You've cut out, Michael.
Yeah, can I jump in on Michael's point?
Very quickly, which is escalation, Mario, answering back your question, Mario. What's also an escalation is correlating the existence of Hamas to Lebanese national security and national safety, which is also a very important point, because we all thought at a certain stage that the card of Hamas would be burnt by both Iran and Hezbollah, and this is not what we saw with today at the speech. So this is also a very important point. Piotr.
Yeah, thank you, Tarek. Yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, I think both sides have validity. I tend to veer a little bit more towards Hala's framing, which is that Hezbollah is not the same entity as Al-Qaeda, right? I've studied a lot of Afghanistan, and the Taliban are very different to Al-Qaeda. There is a desire to not want to have the Taliban or Al-Qaeda governing Afghanistan, for example, right? But the Americans are coming to the realization and acceptance that they may have to sort of engage with the Taliban for the sake of ensuring that Afghanistan doesn't become a cesspit of jihadi terrorism. And the Taliban don't want ISIS, right? There's been many fights between ISIS and the Taliban because they're two very different entities. So when we're talking about Hezbollah versus, say, some of the other forces in the region, I do think that there is validity in that point, because Hezbollah has this political arm. They're a much more fleshed out, comprehensive unit than say Al-Qaeda or something, even more than Hamas. So at the end of the day, when someone challenged me and said, Hezbollah are not rational actors, well, they are. They just might not be driven by the same motivations and ideals or values that we in the West or other parts of the world are. But there's nothing to say that they're not rational decision makers, because if they were, they would have just started shooting rockets and going AWOL and all this sort of stuff. So for me, I sit a little bit more on Hala's perspective. I did actually have a quick question for Hala as well, just based on what she said earlier, which is she thinks what I said a bit earlier was a bit simplistic, in that Hezbollah doesn't want to get in for various reasons I've mentioned in the past. But I was just curious, Hala, to your perspective, do you not think that there's a distinction between Hezbollah, indirectly supplying Hamas with intelligence or support, weaponry, distracting Israel, versus directly wanting to go to confrontation with the Israelis? Because for me, there is a difference, and that's more what I'm trying to get at, which is Hezbollah wants to engage Israel, but not fight Israel. Or it doesn't matter in your opinion?
It's just the way sometimes it's being phrased by quite a few during the speech and after we're using this word. Hezbollah is distancing himself. Now there's a huge nuance to saying Hezbollah is distancing himself. It's not distancing himself and distancing itself in that way. What I was trying to say is actually, how can it when it's already been part and parcel of planning something, or at least helping them. The plan is theirs. The 0 hours is there, but Hezbollah has been there helping the Palestinian resistance and others throughout the years. So for it to distance himself now, I don't see it that way. I'm picking on the words that's being used, because the words are portraying a different nuance to what it actually is. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's why I called it, a bit naive, I suppose.
Yeah. Can you hear me, guys? Just quickly.
It's because you're suggesting as well that it's so afraid that it has to distance himself because, God forbid, it will get retaliation, which is not the case whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. I think you can. Yeah. So I want to get some quick thoughts.
Yeah,
Noga, Noga, and then Craig. Just some quick thoughts on what we've heard. Noga, do you want to go first? We'll keep it short.
I'll try to keep it short. That's not my forte. A couple of things, though. I think Khala is both correct and incorrect at the same time, because Nasrallah is not stupid, and he is trying to distance himself from Hamas, not because he's afraid of the immediate retaliation, but because he realizes that the rules of engagement have changed. And in the speech, he was trying to reestablish the idea of piecemeal war, which is that we'll do this and we'll do that, and eventually there's a song in Hebrew that goes 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and sort of like, if we do that at some point, we will eradicate the state of Israel. And the reason why they're distancing themselves from Hamas is basically to indicate to Israel that their hand wasn't in this. So there's no reason why the rules of engagement, who have thoroughly changed with Hamas, will change with Hezbollah, who is just minding its own business, planning to ruin Israel another day. It's probably also why it's directed to the US, because I think Nasrallah understands he doesn't have a lot of persuasion with Israel right now, but they are hoping that the US might. But smart as they are in understanding the rules of engagement have changed.
Breaking news.
Hang on.
The White House.
2 more. Okay, how about the breaking news waits till like...
No, the breaking news doesn't wait.
Washington does not want the conflict to spread to Lebanon. I see this very important after.
I think after they've made this statement a few times.
That was breaking.
All right, Naga, it's good to be respectful, no? You just came back. It's been 2-3 days you're not here, and then the first thing you do is you start picking fights. Naga, you there? All right, you cut out. Craig, Naga's cut out. Do you want to go ahead?
No, sorry, I'm here.
Cool. Do you want to finish off your point? We'll go to Craig.
I don't think I was the one that picked that particular fight, but okay. Point is that Nasrallah was hoping that the U.S. can somehow sway Israel, and I'm pretty sure that the U.S. was trying to do just that. But if to take even his own analysis of the situation, the thing is that Israel is not going to meet force with force, and you're already seeing that. Even though, and there were a few Lebanese speakers who said that Hezbollah has this issue about avenging their own people, and that they make a point of doing that and reestablishing the same sort of mutual deterrent, and that's not what we're seeing right now. We're seeing Hezbollah failing to do that over and over and over again. And we're seeing Israel retaliating with a lot more force than Hezbollah was used to, which is why I go again to the fact that Hezbollah is trying to reestablish the old rules of engagement. And at the moment, they're trying to use the US to do that. But even the US can't, at this point in time, stop Israel from retaliating to a force that literally just went on international news and said, we want to destroy you. Because the one thing that happened on the 7th is that we realized that people who say they want to kill us are people we should believe. And Israel is not going to go back to the same sort of terms of engagement where 1 step forward, 2 step back. It's going to be, if you take 1 step forward, we're going to bomb you back into the Middle Ages. So Hezbollah is trying to reestablish that. And they're going to be miserably disappointed to find that there's not a lot of open ears on the other end. And I think you're going to find that there aren't a lot of open ears in the middle, on the American end either, even if I agree that the Americans do not want this to spill into Lebanon. They're not going to stand in Israel's way, nor are they're not going to have a leg to stand on, in Israel's way if Hezbollah moves out of its current parameters.
Let's go, Craig. Your quick thoughts, what we've heard, man. And you can wrap it up.
Yeah, I think that this is Hezbollah signaling that again, this is all communication, right? War is politics by other means, right? So what it's trying to do is it doesn't want to attack Israel to give casus belli against Hezbollah, but so it wants to isolate the United States by attacks on U.S. forces. If they attack Israel, it just provides more and more ammunition for the U.S. to come to their support. But if these are attacks on U.S. forces, then that isolates the United States in his attack vector, if you will, in the axes of attack. But it also draws them in to the conflict that's going on with Israel and Hamas. This is.
Go. Sorry, Craig.
Yeah. This is a political move by him to say the United States is the enemy, not Israel. So they are not attacking Israel, right? They want to remain off of that because then there's international.
Craig, just quick question. Look, does this essentially prove that October 7th just is a massive flop that got out of control? They've just lost all their allies. Like, look at this. Everyone is distancing themselves. They're praising it, but they're distancing themselves. Of course, they're going to praise their allies. And then while Hezbollah speaking and Nasrallah speaking, you've got Israel saying, "Hey, it's going to continue full scale, and there's going to be no ceasefire." While he's speaking, and they're essentially already entered. They've isolated North and South Gaza. They've split Gaza in half, and the eradication of Hamas is ongoing. There seems to be little.
I mean,
I'm pretty surprised after all the escalation we saw over the last 2-3 days, and then this speech, it's for me, it just seems like a nothing burger.
No, and I think that speaks to the fact that Hezbollah. I mean, let's talk realpolitik here, right? Let's just talk cold hard math, right? And I'll try to be very brief about this because I know there are other hands, but let's take these things in isolation of each other, right? Hezbollah is clearly the more potent force than Hamas, but we have to understand that politics govern what is going on, and if Hamas is destroyed, let's be frank. In the web that is Iranian proxies, if Hamas is destroyed, who's the only person on the block, right? Who's the only group on the block that now carries the weight of the struggle against Israel? It's Hezbollah, right? They win politically. Yes, they're going to take a hit because they didn't come, quote unquote, to the help of their buddies. But let's also remember that even if Hamas is destroyed, anybody that has a beef against Israel, the Palestinian Authority, anybody that's in the West Bank, anybody that's in Gaza, anybody that's in Lebanon, anybody that's in the Golan, et cetera, it all runs through Hezbollah now, right? The local regional politics of anti-Israel terrorism and anti-Israel or anti-Jewish sentiment all flows through Hezbollah now. So, I mean, I get your point, Mario, that everybody's kind of backing off, but let's be clear. If Hamas loses, Hezbollah gains because there's nobody left to carry on the struggle against the quote unquote Zionists. So I would simply remind people that it's not just about, religion and anti-Israel. There are self-interest things that are governing here, and Hezbollah stands to gain if Hamas is destroyed. I don't read any other way about it.
Yeah. Now, look, on that point, I think we've covered it well. Hadi, I'll give you a quick final thoughts on this, and but like for me, Hadi, it just seems that it's it seems that we're going to see more of the same. And Hadi, you've been covering Hezbollah since the beginning of this war. Would you say that we're going to see more of the same after today's speech?
Yes, we're going to keep seeing the same attacks back and forth. And there's one thing people are not talking about. Hezbollah made sure today, because I think Noga, she was saying that they want to go back to the old rules of engagement. The rules of engagement with Hezbollah, the rules of engagement with Hezbollah never changes on the side of Israel, but Hezbollah is ready for any escalations. And they did say, if Israel dares do a preemptive attack, it will be the stupidest move they ever do in the history of their existence. I'm using Sayed Nasrallah's words; those are not my words. So this is why he said he made it.
Yeah, but that's not a big statement. Like, that's just saying.
No,
of course,
is a big statement because he also said that the recent Israeli attacks that are near civilian areas will change the rules of engagement. If Lebanese civilians die, Israeli civilians will also die. So a civilian.
But Hadi, isn't he just telling them, hey, don't escalate it? Like, this is exactly like he's just telling him, please don't escalate it.
No, he's not telling them please don't escalate it. He's saying don't do any preemptive attack. If they're gonna escalate, like.
But the preemptive attack is escalation.
Yeah, I mean, he's just warning them, but he's not saying that please don't escalate. I mean, I personally believe I don't see Hezbollah or Israel escalating with a preemptive attack. I see things like Nasrallah said. We also use this word, the "la naktafi bihadha al-qadr," which means what we're doing is not necessarily the only thing we're doing. That depends on what's happening in Gaza as well. So
yes,
it's a war of words. It's an escalation via rhetoric, right?
Yeah, exactly. But
when
he goes,
you made a good point yourself. I think you made a good point yourself.
I like Piotr. He gives someone a compliment so he can get the chance to speak, and it works.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
exactly.
What's the good point I made?
You see, I'm learning the. No, I'm being joking, but like, I agree with what you said. Like,
Tell me exactly what I said. Let's see, Piotr. Let's see if this is legitimate.
No, but what you said, October 7th, you're distancing yourself. No one had any idea what was going to happen. None of us thought it was going to go to this extent. It's what we've been saying from the start.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
You know, well done, Mr. Marion.
That reaffirms it. When you see Hezbollah distance, he distanced himself. He repeated like 3 times. It is Palestinians that did it. It's courageous. They kept it secret. That's why it worked so well. We had no one knew except them. It was secretive. Like he just really explicitly said we had nothing to do with it. So I think everything.
And at the same time, he has mentioned that whatever happens in Gaza is correlated to what limits Hezbollah will take this battle. So
he said that. Do you have that one's important. Do you have that exact quote?
Those are the exact 2 red lines he put. He correlated his actions, Hezbollah's actions, to 2 main things: to whatever's going to happen in Gaza next, and to whatever's going to happen on the Lebanese southern border.
But guys, we have. Hold on. No, let's see. I want to know the exact quote on the Gaza side, because I think it's important. Please, because it's
he said.
Go ahead, bro.
He said there's 2 goals. The first goal is to stop the bloodshed.
No, I didn't say. I didn't. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. The second goal is the victory of Hamas, and then he continued by saying that whatever happens in Gaza, basically the Hezbollah will escalate accordingly to what happens in Gaza. Okay. And then he later on said to specify that the intention of going to, if they want to go for, the victory of the Palestinian resistance in Gaza is in the Lebanese interest. So that's a bigger statement. So that means, in their opinion, they will not let Hamas fall.
But you have to remember, though. There's nothing that Hezbollah can do to stop Israel. They cannot stop them. Can they launch rockets? Yes. But again, I have to remind people time and time again, do they have the capability to overwhelm the Israeli system? Yes. But remember, terror bombing does not work. History has shown that all it does is reinforce the people who are being bombed.
So I don't know whether this statement. I don't know whether this.
The exact statement is our front is a front of solidarity with Gaza, and it develops and moves according to developments there. The enemy's behavior towards Lebanon is a determinant of our movement, and this will return us to the rule of civilian versus civilian.
Wait, but what's left? Like, they've bombed the hell out of Gaza already. They've entered Gaza already. They've split Gaza in half already. They've cut out the internet. They've cut out hold on. They've cut out electricity. They've cut out the internet. They've blocked the border. They didn't let aid trucks. They blocked the water. They blocked the water. They didn't let aid trucks until recently. What's left to do with Gaza before that massive retaliation from Hezbollah comes in?
Hezbollah is not a humanitarian intervention military thing. They're not going to intervene just because civilians are dying.
All the commanders, but Hadi, all the commanders are gone from Hamas.
I know, but let me tell you, Hezbollah, when they're talking about intervention and getting involved, that means when they see Hamas as a resistance, as like an ally, because they believe that the resistance is the last phase of existence for the Palestinian people. If they see that's threatened, that's the one.
But what do you mean what do you mean threatened? They're barely launching any rockets. They're in the tunnels already.
Not true at all. I don't believe that. You can see
look at the map.
Still holding.
What are we holding?
They're destroying Israeli tanks.
Yeah, of course. If destroying tanks doesn't mean they're winning, man, they know. Just look at the rockets being so. Whenever they retaliate, you see a bunch of rockets come out. How many deaths on the not on the battlefront? Because of course there are going to be deaths there. But how many of the rockets have landed over the last couple of weeks?
Mario, it's fine. Aleppo was besieged for 7 years by NATO and their allies, and was liberated. It's fine. Maps don't show actually.
I'm sorry. That's completely not even close to what's going on in Gaza right now. Not even close.
It's not the same, but it's the same thing. If maps don't show, if it's gonna be a long battle, even the Israelis said it's gonna be a long battle because they know they can't end it in one month or 1 week.
May I jump in, please?
Yeah, so I think we need to wait so that we understand what's going to happen next. But the correlation is there, and he made it clear that the existence of Hamas is correlated to the safety of the Lebanese borders. So I think it's very clear that he's not distancing himself from Hamas.
May I jump in?
May I jump in, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so it is impossible to say Hezbollah is distancing itself when Hezbollah started the first rocket attack on the radar position of the Israelis on the day 8th. And it has never stopped from the 8th of October until today. So it's out of the question that Hezbollah is distancing itself. I agree with what Hadi said. Secondly, we cannot compare a non-state actor like Hamas with the capability of the Israelis. The Israelis have not only their capability, but they have all the ammunition that coming from the US, because no country in the world can run a war without having so many warehouses full of ammunition, and the Israelis don't have this quantity. And the reason why I'm saying that, 2006, after 15 days, they've established a bridge with Ireland, and they brought the ammunition from the US. Thirdly, it is out of the question that Hamas can be ended, not defeated, ended, because after that, the turn will come to Hezbollah. Fourthly, it is not possible for Hezbollah to stop the escalation on the borders. Now, Israel has a very large power fire and can bring Lebanon to the Stone Age, but Israel will be in the next cage because Hezbollah has increased its capability, and according to the Israeli intelligence services, Hezbollah has 250,000 rockets. Now, we have seen on the first day that Hamas managed to flood the Israeli interception system on the first day with 5,000 rockets. Now, the Hamas rockets are not that precise as the Israelis. They don't have kamikaze drone. They don't have surface-to-surface missiles. They don't have anti-ship missiles. They don't need many weapons to really cripple the Israeli economy. They just need to target Haifa and Tel Aviv, where everything is concentrated. On top of that, the Israelis have moved in the last week all their strategic warehouses and all their strategic positions. Hezbollah is aware of that, according to my sources. So everything is visible today. There are so many intelligence services working above Lebanon and Israel, and everybody wants to keep both not engaging with each other further than what they are engaged so far. They
I'd like to
take
highlight that
control.
after Nasrallah's speech, we just had got news that Abdul Wahab al-Mahbashi, which is who is a Houthi official, stated, quoted, we received the same threats that Sayed Nasrallah announced, and the answer is one word, which is that we have prepared. So they're talking about going back to Stone Age, and obviously that those threats aren't working with Nasrallah nor Al-Yaman. I'd like to go to Syrian girl because she's been spamming my inbox for so long now. Syrian, what do you have to say?
Hi, yeah, I'm spamming because I was brought up and somehow I got dropped down. So I didn't get
Yeah, that's
to
fine.
drop my 2 cents in here. So I think, look, Mario, when you had your first instinct, we all heard it. We all heard the same speech. And I think you should trust that first instinct because a lot of
No, that's not instinct. Just let me tell. I'll let you finish. But that wasn't an instinct. That was me looking in behind the scenes, people that understand Nasrallah and speak to him, and they were freaking out. So I've never.
worried about us speaking out.
There were people that there were no, but those same people kind of eased up afterwards. They've changed their minds. It's like they were freaking out when he was speaking. I'm like, so I thought it was. I thought it was like
Mario,
a change.
that's why I was.
Oh, sorry to mute you, Hadi and Syrian. But I was just saying, like, that's when they're seeing their responses. I'm like, holy shit, okay, this seems serious. Like, maybe, Hadi, I don't know why. I strongly remember you, I think it was you, that said he might barely even talk about the war because this is about a certain event. He's going to only talk about martyrs.
Actually, I said it and I even tweeted it. It's there. I said he's going to talk about the martyrs. And then he's going to talk about the war, but he will not give any military actions. He's not going to announce any military actions like people are expecting. That's why I said, I think he's going to just draw the red lines, talk about what they're doing on the borders and all that. But he's
Mario,
not going to
I think you're not worried because you don't understand Arabic.
Go
Yeah, I'll go to Syrian girl.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So let me just okay, well, maybe it wasn't your first instinct, but it was the first instinct of everybody that was in the background. Okay, and then we had this space and people started giving different ideas, and that's why they calmed down. But I want to go back to that first instinct and why it happened. You know, they said that it was my view that what he's saying is that he's prepared to escalate to a wider war. Why? Couple of things. He said we are not satisfied with what has already been achieved. Second thing, he said that the US Navy doesn't intimidate us. We're going to keep attack. What that means to me is he's signaling to the United States that he's going to keep the attacks and he's going to keep escalating, and he's threatening them that if you want to come in and defend Israel, then we're going to answer to that. Also, he's not distancing himself from Hamas. He's saying that what Hamas did, they did alone, because he's trying to show how strong Hamas is compared to how weak Israel is, which needs help from the United States. If you understand how the Middle Eastern mentality is, this is how we take it. We take it. Look at these guys. Look, even Hamas can defeat Israel. That's what he's trying to say alone.
But then, if
So
that's the case,
wait,
then
wait,
why is Iran
wait,
supporting?
let me finish.
Hold on, wait,
Let
stop.
me
That's not a
finish.
fair comparison
Let me,
because you have
Craig,
no
You can
problem with Iran
Craig,
supporting
you can
Hamas.
disagree. Let us.
Craig, calm down, please. So you have to understand the audience is not just Israel and it's not just the United States. The audience is the Middle Eastern people. So you guys got to take that into consideration. And it's also the Gulf Arab states. When he said you need to cut off the oil fields, that wasn't just a throwaway. That was like maybe a demand or even a threat. So this idea that like nothing is going to happen from this, he's made the lines clear. He said that we're not going to let Hamas fall. Israel saying we're intending to like defeat Hamas. So what does that mean? It means that there's two people with opposing objectives, and there's going to be a bigger war unless one of them, which is going to have to be Israel, backs down. So finally, about the October 7th attacks and what he said. I don't think anyone would have thought that Hamas could achieve what it was able to go, because nobody could imagine that Israel could be so weak, but also nobody could imagine that Israel would shoot so many of its own civilians. And I think that that's what he's trying to say, that nobody could have imagined.
You've just gone way past the Hezbollah speech. Yeah, I'll let you respond, Craig, and then we'll get Colonel's thoughts and wrap up.
So just very briefly. That's not that if you're going to draw the comparison that Israel is so weak it needs the United States, right? Fine. Then why are we talking about big bad Hezbollah and big bad Hamas? Because they need big brother Iran to come in and supply them with arms, right? So everybody's being supported.
No, Craig, hold on. Let's talk with Craig. Let me do you a favor. If you're talking about Israel being weak, you've just got, so the red line was Gaza was Israel crossing into Gaza. Israel just crossed to Gaza and cut it in half, and Hezbollah does a speech.
That was
and
not the red line.
That was initially talked about the red line. Hold on.
No.
There were many states. I don't know who's speaking.
Not once Hezbollah. Not once.
No, Hezbollah. That was a statement by Iran. Iran said that the Israel should not enter Gaza. That was the first red line they mentioned, and then slowly they kind of tiptoed around it and they started being a bit more vague about it. But the first one was about not entering Gaza. Now it's about the survival of Hamas, which we'll see what happens.
Can I echo you, Mario? Can I echo you?
We've had the biggest bombardment of Gaza, and when was the last time Gaza got bombarded this much? It's heartbreaking to even talk about this, but I'm just
Ask Michael.
2014.
Ask Michael.
2014. Colonel, you're there. Colonel, when was the last time Gaza got bombarded this level? Was it that?
Never like this before.
Yeah, 2014 was a lot less.
The 50-day war of 2014.
Not like this.
It was
a
about
lot less than 2014. Yeah,
24. It was called the 50-day war.
There was
it lasted 50 days, and there was a fraction of. Well,
and Mario, this is why what you said earlier, I agree with. Like, okay, so first of all, if there shouldn't be any doubt that what Nasrallah said distanced Hezbollah from the attack on October 7th. He explicitly said that. That was very clear from the speech. Even if you don't think he's distancing himself from Hamas, I would argue that's the result of what's happening. If what is he going to do? Wait until there's 10 guys left? I mean, to Mario's point, commanders have been killed. They've cordoned off Gaza City.
He's not actually waiting, Michael. This is the point, that he engaged since the second day, so he's not actually waiting.
Guys,
but again, if you're calling a couple of rockets over the border,
we're talking about
that's an
all right, guys. Okay, so look, on that, let's get Colonel's thoughts on this. Colonel, would love your thoughts on the speech, relative to expectations. Because just yesterday we we're talking about, hey, we're seeing escalation across the board. Could Hezbollah join the war today? Could it be escalated? Could we see a massive barrage of rockets
after the speech, or at least some hint that something's going to happen next. Some clear red line given, not like a vague one. What we do will depend on what happens in Gaza. No, if you don't stop, if there's no ceasefire by next week, we will be responding very aggressively, something along those lines. There was no clear red line. Your thoughts, Colonel? Are we looking at it wrong?
No, so look, before you started, I said I thought it was going to be a little bit of a nothing burger, that, Hamas, or I'm sorry, Hezbollah was in a tight-roping effort, that was the term that I used, right? That they're on one side, that they are doing harassing fires along the Israeli border in the north, which to a degree makes Hamas happy, but Hamas would clearly like more. But by the same token, they don't want all-out war. And I think that's kind of where he ended up. And I understand there's a lot of people that are fearful or that have grown concerned by this. I again still say it's a nothing burger. People can disagree with me. That's completely fine. The reason I say it's a nothing burger is the threats that I heard directed towards the United States. These are the threats that we've heard over and over and over again. So these are being dismissed by U.S. leaders. They're completely. They don't mean anything. We haven't threatened. We haven't threatened you. We put carriers there, right? But we've not attacked. We've not taken the offensive, and we basically have said, don't engage in this war any further than what you have, and they haven't. So okay, that's great. Where I kind of take exception to the speech, right, from a military perspective, is you've got him coming out saying that Israel has not gained anything since October 7th. They've been at war for almost an entire month and they've achieved nothing. I'm like, okay, well, Israel's actually gained more territory in the Gaza Strip than Ukraine and Russia have gained combined in the last year. Like, if you took all of their gains, they've literally got more land in under a month, actually in a week, because the land invasion didn't start, 7 days ago? So in a week, they've achieved more than Russia and Ukraine combined. So I take umbrage with that, but he's playing to his audience. I get that. And if people want to believe that Israel has achieved nothing, then feel free to believe that. But you can't sit there and say that
they haven't weakened the resistance.
Stop, please let me finish. They've gained massive amounts of territory, right, in 7 days. That's completely significant. The other thing is, if you truly believe that Israel's not done anything and that Hamas is winning and Hamas is doing great, what in history, what offensive force out there has called for a ceasefire when they're successfully eliminating their enemy? That answer is zero. Like, if you're on the offensive and you're winning, the last thing you do, especially if your goal is to eradicate an entire group of people, you would stay on the offensive. So it's counterintuitive to even think that you'd want a ceasefire if you're winning, right? That makes no sense. So clearly, either A, he's lying, he knows that Hamas is not winning, that Israel is, or B, he's ignorant, and I don't think he's ignorant. He's a pretty smart guy. So I'm going to have to lean with A, right? When you start realizing that you can start pulling these flaws out of his speech, I think a lot of it starts to fall apart.
Yeah, I appreciate that overview. I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people disagree. What we're going to do is we're going to continue discussing this tomorrow, because it's been it's just a bit too intense over the last 24 hours. I think a lot of us need a bit of rest. We've analyzed this as much as we could. I'm sure a lot of you will be posting out analysis as well. And I think most of us agree on most things. That was not escalatory. There was nothing too concerning there. Hezbollah doesn't seem to be unlikely to be declaring war on Israel. I think Syrian Girl disagrees a bit. But I think every other panelist agrees on those points. We can discuss it again tomorrow. We'll cover other updates in the war, but we'll see what happens on the ground. At the end of the day, that's what matters. We can all speculate what he's saying, but there could be a lot of things happening behind the scenes. There could be ongoing negotiations, but that's kind of got buried when Netanyahu said that there's going to be no ceasefire and we're going to continue with full force. So that buried any possible negotiations in the background. But on that point, I appreciate you all joining. Get some rest. And our thoughts go to all the civilians dying in the war that's ongoing today and will be ongoing tomorrow. Thanks a lot, everyone. Bye-bye. all joining. Get some rest, and our thoughts go to all the civilians dying in the war that's ongoing today and will be ongoing tomorrow. Thanks a lot, everyone. Bye bye.